Hello, dear friends. So glad you could join us at Imagine Verse. Today's narrative adventure is titled, Fleur Delacour saved Harry from the Dursleys at age 7 and ancient Veela law made her his eternal guardian. We put our heart into every story we share. If you appreciate our work, showing some love with a like and subscribe would make our day. The story begins now. Chapter 1. The silver thread. The cupboard under the stairs was dark and smelled of dust, but 7-year-old Harry Potter had grown used to it. He curled his small frame tighter as the floorboards creaked overhead, signaling Uncle Vernon's heavy footsteps. Harry held his breath, hoping his uncle wouldn't remember he existed, at least for today. Outside number 4, Privet Drive, summer had settled across Little Whinging. The heat wave had lasted nearly 3 weeks, and the once green lawns had turned a brittle yellow. Inside the cupboard, the air was stifling. Harry wiped sweat from his forehead, careful not to disturb the spider web in the corner. He considered its 8-legged resident one of his few allies in this house. "Boy!" Aunt Petunia's shrill voice pierced through his door. "Get up. The garden won't weed itself." Harry sighed and fumbled for his glasses, the frames held together with adhesive tape after Dudley had broken them for the 3rd time. "Coming, Aunt Petunia." He pushed open the cupboard door and squinted against the sudden brightness of the hallway. His cousin Dudley barreled past, deliberately shoving Harry's shoulder against the wall. "Watch it, freak," Dudley sneered, already dressed for his friend Pierre's birthday party. Harry didn't respond. Experience had taught him that silence was safer than speaking. He slipped into the kitchen where Aunt Petunia stood inspecting her perfectly polished countertops. "There you are. Breakfast is on the table. Eat quickly and get to the garden before the neighbors see it." She wrinkled her long nose. "And for goodness sake, do something about that hair." Harry glanced at his reflection in the toaster. His unruly black hair stuck out in all directions, as it always did regardless of how many times Aunt Petunia attacked it with scissors. He ran a hand through it ineffectually and turned to his breakfast, a single piece of toast and half a glass of water. Through the kitchen window, Harry could see the garden wilting in the heat. He'd spent hours out there yesterday, but apparently, his efforts hadn't satisfied his aunt. Nothing ever did. Uncle Vernon entered the kitchen, his face already red from the heat, his mustache quivering as he read the morning paper. "Property values in Harrington Street up 12%, he announced to Aunt Petunia, completely ignoring Harry. "Maybe we should consider investing there." "What about that summer house we talked about?" Petunia asked, pouring Vernon more coffee. "We'll need to save a bit more," Vernon said, shooting a glare at Harry as though his existence was depleting their savings account. "Especially with Dudley's school fees coming up." Harry finished his toast in 3 bites and slipped out the back door before he could be drawn into the conversation. The blast of heat hit him immediately. The temperature had to be at least 32 degrees, and it wasn't even 9 o'clock. As he knelt in the garden, pulling weeds with his bare hands, Aunt Petunia refused to let him use gloves. "You'll just ruin them like everything else." Harry let his mind wander to the dream he'd had the previous night. In it, he'd been flying over an ocean, the wind rushing through his hair, free and happy. Someone had been with him, a girl with silvery hair who laughed as they soared through the clouds, but her face remained just beyond his memory. It had been such a good dream that waking up in his cupboard had been even more depressing than usual. Harry winced as a thistle pricked his finger, drawing blood. He sucked on it absently, wondering what it would be like to have a real family, people who cared whether he was hot or hungry or hurt. A sudden gust of warm wind rustled the hedges, and Harry felt something strange, like a tug behind his navel, pulling him toward something. He paused, looking around, but Privet Drive was as mundane as ever. The feeling subsided, leaving Harry to wonder if he'd imagined it. Several miles away, at the Royal Crown Hotel in central London, 10-year-old Fleur Delacour stood on her balcony, watching English rain clouds gather on the horizon, promising relief from the unusual heat. "Fleur. Vien's ICISILTE plate," her mother called from inside their suite. Fleur sighed and turned away from the view. She'd been hoping for more excitement from her first visit to England, but so far, it had been nothing but meetings and formal dinners where she was expected to sit quietly and look pretty. Fleur Delacour, her mother, stood in the center of the suite sitting room, adjusting the collar of her formal robes. Even in the simplest attire, Fleur was breathtaking, tall and graceful with the same silvery blonde hair that Fleur had inherited, along with the quarter Veela blood that flowed through their veins. "Oui, maman?" Fleur asked, switching to English when she remembered her mother's insistence that they practice while in Britain. "Yes, mother." Apollon smiled. "Your father's meeting with the British ministry officials will run late. We'll be having dinner at the hotel tonight." Fleur tried not to show her disappointment. Another night confined to the hotel while her father, Sebastian Delacour, conducted his diplomatic business. As an important official in the French Ministry of Magic, he was in England to negotiate new trade agreements and discuss international magical cooperation, matters that held little interest for a 10-year-old girl. "Can't we explore London instead? Just for a little while?" Fleur asked, keeping her tone respectful but allowing a hint of pleading to enter her eyes. Apollon's expression softened. "I know this trip has been boring for you, ma chérie. Perhaps tomorrow we can visit some of the magical districts if your father's schedule allows." Fleur nodded, though she suspected tomorrow would bring more of the same excuses. She wandered back to the balcony, watching as the first drops of rain began to fall on the busy London street below. A strange sensation suddenly washed over her, like a whisper calling her name from a great distance. Fleur tilted her head, trying to identify the feeling. It wasn't unpleasant, more insistent. Like someone was tugging gently on a string tied around her heart. "Mother," she called, her voice uncertain, "do you feel something strange?" Apollon looked up from the letter she was writing. "Strange? Like what, Fleur?" "I don't know. Like magic, but different." Fleur pressed her hand to her chest. "Here." Her mother approached, laying a cool hand on Fleur's forehead. "You don't have a fever. Perhaps you're just tired from all the travel." "No, it's not that." Fleur frowned. "It feels like something is calling me." A flicker of concern crossed Apollon's face. "Calling you?" "Oui. Like I need to go somewhere." Fleur pointed vaguely southeast. "That way." Apollon's expression grew more serious. "When did this start?" "Just now. It's getting stronger." The feeling had intensified, no longer a gentle tug but an urgent pull. "Mother, what is it?" Apollon guided Fleur to a chair, kneeling before her. "Fleur, listen carefully. Sometimes, very rarely, Veela experience connections to others, magical bonds that form without warning. Has anything unusual happened recently? Dreams? Visions?" Fleur thought about it. "I had a dream last night about a boy with green eyes. He was sad, and I wanted to help him." She hadn't remembered the dream until this moment, but now it came back with startling clarity. Her mother's eyes widened. "This is important, Fleur. In our family history, there are stories of Veela who formed guardian bonds, ancient magic that predates modern wizarding laws. But they're extremely rare, and usually only occur in full-blooded Veela, not those with mixed heritage like us." "A guardian bond?" Fleur repeated. "What does that mean?" "It means," Apollon began, but was interrupted as Fleur's 7-year-old sister Gabrielle bounded into the room, her silver blonde hair bouncing with each step. "Maman, I'm hungry. When's dinner?" Gabrielle stopped, noticing the serious expressions. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, ma petite," Apollon said, straightening up. "Fleur isn't feeling well. Why don't you choose a restaurant from the hotel directory while I speak with her?" Gabrielle nodded importantly and skipped toward the desk, happy to be given a task. Apollon turned back to Fleur, lowering her voice. "We need to speak with your father about this. If what I suspect is happening, it could be significant." Fleur nodded, though anxiety churned in her stomach. The pulling sensation hadn't subsided, if anything, it was growing more defined, like an invisible compass pointing her towards something, or someone, she needed to find. As the afternoon faded into evening, the Delacours gathered in their hotel suite, waiting for Sebastian to return from his meetings. Fleur paced by the window, unable to settle. The rain had stopped, leaving the city glistening under the streetlights. When her father finally arrived, his tall figure filling the doorway, Fleur rushed to him. "Papa, something strange is happening to me." Sebastian Delacour set down his briefcase, his handsome face creasing with concern as he looked to his wife. "Apollon? We need to talk, Sebastian. It may be a guardian bond." His eyebrows shot up. "That's not possible. There hasn't been a confirmed case in over a century." "Nevertheless, the symptoms match." Apollon glanced at Gabrielle, who was absorbed in a magical picture book. "Perhaps we should discuss this privately." They moved to the adjoining room, leaving the door ajar. Fleur followed, determined not to be excluded from a conversation about her own experience. "She feels a pull," Apollon explained. "And she dreamed of a boy with green eyes." Sebastian ran a hand through his dark hair. "If this is truly a guardian bond forming, it's extremely serious. The magic is ancient and binding, it would supersede even ministry authority if fully activated." "What exactly is a guardian bond?" Fleur interjected, tired of being discussed as though she wasn't present. Her parents exchanged glances before her father sighed. "Sit down, Fleur." She perched on the edge of an armchair, her back straight as she'd been taught in her deportment lessons. "Long ago, before the international statute of secrecy, before wizarding governments as we know them today, Veela were considered sacred protectors," her father began. "Their magic was different from wizard magic, more instinctive, tied to emotion and need. Sometimes, a Veela would form a connection with a wizard or witch in danger, usually a child, becoming their guardian. This bond was recognized by all magical beings as inviolable. The last recorded guardian bond was in 1879, Apollon added. A Veela named Celestine became guardian to a wizard child whose family had been killed by dark wizards. The bond allowed her to find him across great distances and granted her extraordinary magical abilities to protect him." Fleur absorbed this information, her mind racing. "So this, pulling I feel, it's towards someone who needs protection." "If it is a guardian bond forming, yes," her father said. "But we can't jump to conclusions. It could be something else entirely." "What if it isn't?" Fleur pressed. "What if someone does need my help?" "Then we would need to investigate carefully," Sebastian said. "These bonds aren't formed lightly. They're life-altering, Fleur. A guardian is bound to their charge until the danger has passed, sometimes for a lifetime." Fleur thought about the dream again, the boy with sad green eyes. She could almost see him now, small and thin with messy dark hair. "I want to find him," she said with sudden certainty. Her parents looked alarmed. "Fleur, this is not a decision to make hastily," her mother cautioned. "I'm not being hasty," Fleur insisted. "The feeling is getting stronger. What if he's in real danger? What if he needs help right now?" Sebastian exchanged another look with Apollon. "Perhaps we should consult with a specialist. There are records in the Bibliothèque Magique in Paris about Veela bonds. We could return to France tomorrow, no?" Fleur stood up, surprising herself with her vehemence. "We can't leave. He's here, in England." "I know it." A shimmer of silvery light suddenly emanated from Fleur's skin, a manifestation of Veela magic that usually didn't appear until puberty. Her parents stared. "Mon Dieu," Apollon whispered. "It's really happening." Sebastian looked deeply troubled. If this bond is forming, interfering might be dangerous, for Fleur and for whoever she's connecting with. "Then we help her find this person," Apollon said decisively. "Properly, with caution. But we don't ignore it." Fleur felt a surge of gratitude toward her mother. I can lead us to him. I know I can. After much discussion, a plan was formed. Sebastian would rent a car, and they would follow Fleur's instincts the next morning. Apollon insisted they all get some rest first, though Fleur doubted she would sleep with the persistent tugging sensation growing stronger by the hour. That night, her dreams were vivid and disturbing. She saw the boy again, this time locked in a small, dark space, crying silently as angry voices shouted outside. She saw a flash of green light and heard a woman screaming. She saw a tall figure with glowing red eyes reaching toward the boy. Fleur woke with a gasp, sweat beading on her forehead despite the room's cool air. Dawn was just breaking. Without hesitation, Fleur slipped out of bed and dressed quickly, pulling her silvery hair into a simple ponytail. The urgency she felt couldn't wait for her parents' careful planning. The boy needed help now. She scribbled a quick note explaining that she'd gone to find him and promising to be careful. After a moment's hesitation, she added her father's hotel contact information to the bottom of the note, in case something went wrong. Then, moving silently past her sleeping sister's bed, she slipped out of the suite and down to the hotel lobby. The early morning doorman barely glanced at her as she walked confidently through the front doors. Outside, London was quieter than Fleur had ever seen it, with only delivery trucks and the occasional taxi disturbing the peace. Fleur closed her eyes, concentrating on the pull she felt. Southeast, definitely. She hailed a passing taxi. Where to, miss? The driver asked, looking dubiously at the young girl traveling alone. Fleur hesitated. She didn't have an address. I need to go southeast from here. Can you just drive that way? I'll tell you when to stop. The driver frowned. Look, I can't just drive aimlessly. Fleur leaned forward, allowing a hint of her Veela charm to influence him. Though not fully developed, it was enough to make the driver blink and reconsider. Please. It's very important. Well, all right then. Southeast it is. As they drove through the awakening city, Fleur kept her focus on the invisible thread connecting her to the mysterious boy. The pull grew stronger as they left central London, heading into suburban areas with nearly identical houses and perfectly maintained gardens. This is Surrey now, the driver informed her after nearly an hour. How much farther do you want to go? We're close, Fleur said, the certainty growing within her. Very close. They passed a sign for little whinging, and the pulling sensation intensified dramatically. Fleur gasped as images flashed through her mind, a cupboard, spiders, a lightning-shaped scar. Stop here, she cried suddenly. The taxi pulled over on a quiet residential street lined with identical houses. Fleur paid the driver with money she'd exchanged at the hotel, then stood on the sidewalk, turning slowly until she faced the direction of the strongest pull. Privet Drive. She knew the name without seeing any sign, just as she knew she would find the boy at number 4. The house looked exactly like its neighbors, pristine lawn, tidy flower beds, curtains drawn against the early morning light. Nothing about it suggested that someone inside was in desperate need of help, yet Fleur knew with absolute certainty that he was there. She approached cautiously, aware that she was a foreign child trespassing on private property. As she neared the house, she noticed movement in the back garden, a small figure kneeling among the flower beds. Fleur made her way around the side of the house, careful to stay hidden from view of the windows. When she reached the garden, she saw him, the boy from her dreams. He was even smaller than she'd imagined, his clothes hanging off his thin frame like sails on a becalmed ship. His black hair stuck up in all directions, and the broken glasses perched on his nose had been repaired multiple times with tape. As he pulled weeds from the soil, Fleur noticed his hands were raw and dirty. Hello, she said softly. The boy jumped, spinning around with the startled reaction of someone accustomed to unwelcome surprises. His green eyes widened behind the taped glasses. Who are you? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. My name is Fleur Delacour. What's yours? He glanced nervously at the house before answering. Harry. Harry Potter. The name sent a shock through Fleur's body, like touching a live wire. Of course, Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Every magical child in Europe knew the story of how he had somehow defeated the Dark Lord Voldemort as a baby, surviving a killing curse that had rebounded and destroyed the most feared dark wizard in a century. But the books and stories depicted a cherished hero, not this neglected child kneeling in the dirt at dawn. "You're Harry Potter?" Fleur couldn't keep the surprise from her voice. Harry flinched. "You've heard of me. Are you, like me? Like you?" Fleur asked, stepping closer. "Can you do strange things?" His voice dropped even lower. "Things that make people angry?" Understanding dawned. "You mean magic?" "Yes, I'm a witch." "And you're a wizard, Harry." His face transformed with hope before clouding again. "Uncle Vernon says there's no such thing as magic. He says my parents died in a car crash because my dad was drunk." Anger flared in Fleur's chest, so intense that she felt heat shimmer around her fingertips. "That's a lie. Your parents were heroes. They died protecting you from a very bad wizard." Harry stared at her, confusion and longing warring on his face. "How do you know? Why are you here?" Fleur considered how to explain something she barely understood herself. "I felt you needing help. I followed a feeling that led me to you." She held out her hand. "I think I'm supposed to protect you." Harry looked at her extended hand with suspicion born from years of disappointment. "Nobody's ever wanted to help me before." "I do," Fleur said simply. Before Harry could respond, the back door of the house flew open. A horse-faced woman in a floral house dress stood framed in the doorway, her expression shifting from irritation to alarm when she spotted Fleur. "Who are you? What are you doing in my garden?" she demanded. Fleur straightened to her full height, which was considerable for a 10-year-old. "I'm here for Harry." The woman, who must be Petunia Dursley, Harry's aunt, went pale. "Get off my property immediately, or I'll call the police." "Are you his aunt?" Fleur asked, ignoring the threat. "That's none of your business." "Harry, get inside. Now." Petunia's voice had risen to a near shriek. Harry stood frozen, his eyes darting between Fleur and his aunt. A heavy-set man appeared behind Petunia. "What's all this racket, Petunia? Some of us are trying to enjoy our Saturday morning. This girl is trespassing, Vernon. She's asking about the boy." Petunia's voice trembled. Vernon Dursley pushed past his wife, his face purpling as he stomped toward Fleur. "You! Get off my property. We don't want your kind here." Fleur stood her ground. "I know what Harry is. I know what you've hidden from him." Vernon froze, his small eyes bulging. "You're one of them." He spat the words. "Freaks." "I'm taking Harry with me," Fleur declared, reaching for Harry's hand. "He doesn't belong here with people who hate him." Vernon lunged forward, grabbing Harry's arm. "The boy goes nowhere. He was left with us, and here he stays." Something snapped inside Fleur. Silver fire erupted around her body, her hair lifting as though caught in a wind. "Let him go." Her voice had changed, carrying a resonance that made both Dursleys step back involuntarily. Vernon released Harry's arm as though burned. "What are you doing?" Petunia whispered, terror evident in her face. Fleur wasn't entirely sure herself. The Veela magic flowing through her was beyond anything she'd experienced or been taught to expect at her age. It responded to her emotions, to her absolute certainty that Harry needed to be protected from these people. "Harry," Fleur said, her voice gentler but still carrying that strange resonance, "do you want to leave with me? I promise you'll be safe." Harry looked at the Dursleys, then at Fleur's outstretched hand wreathed in silvery flame that somehow didn't burn. His whole life had been spent in that house, being told he was worthless, a burden, a freak. And now this magical girl had appeared, offering escape. "Yes," he said finally. "I want to go with you." Vernon made another grab for Harry. "You ungrateful little," the silver fire around Fleur intensified, and a translucent barrier appeared between Harry and his uncle. Vernon crashed into it, bouncing back with a cry of pain. "You can't take him!" Petunia cried. "That man, Dumbledore, he said the boy had to stay here. For protection." Fleur's eyes narrowed. "What protection? Look at him. He's half-starved and dressed in rags. You've locked him in a cupboard." The knowledge came to her suddenly, certain and complete. Petunia blanched. "How could you know? I am his guardian now," Fleur declared. "By ancient law and magic." As she spoke the words, a visible thread of silver light extended from her chest to Harry's, pulsing once before seeming to sink beneath their skin. Both children gasped at the sensation, warm and secure, like coming home after a long absence. Vernon, recovered from his encounter with the magical barrier, backed toward the house. "Keep away from us with your freakishness. Take the boy if you want him so badly. Good riddance." Fleur turned to Harry, the silver fire receding but the newfound power still humming through her veins. "Gather anything important you want to bring. We're leaving." Harry hesitated only a moment before darting past his aunt into the house. Petunia made no move to stop him, too shocked by the display of magic to interfere. "Who are you?" she asked Fleur, her voice barely audible. "Really? I told you. I'm his guardian. The one your family failed to be." Minutes later, Harry returned with a small bundle wrapped in a threadbare pillowcase. "I don't have much," he admitted. "Just some broken toy soldiers Dudley didn't want anymore, and this." He held up a baby blanket, faded blue with his initials embroidered in one corner. Fleur's heart ached at the meager possessions that represented Harry's entire life. "That's okay. You'll have proper things now. Where will we go?" Harry asked, the first hints of uncertainty creeping into his voice. "To my family. They're staying in London." Fleur took his hand. "It's quite a long way. We'll need to find transportation." As they walked away from number 4, Privet Drive, neither child looked back at the house or the Dursleys watching from the doorway. Had they done so, they might have noticed the air shimmer around the property as ancient wards, blood protections tied to Harry's residence, began to unravel. The morning had fully arrived, bringing with it the weekend activities of suburban life. Neighbors watered their lawns or washed their cars, casting curious glances at the oddly matched pair walking hand in hand, the small, ragged boy and the elegant, silver-haired girl who somehow seemed older than her years. "Can you tell me about magic?" Harry asked when they'd put several streets between themselves and Privet Drive. "Real magic, not the tricks on television." Fleur smiled. "There's so much to tell. I've grown up with magic my whole life. My father works for the French Ministry of Magic, and my mother is part Veela, that's a magical being with special powers." "Like the silver fire?" "Yes, though I've never done that before today." Fleur frowned, wondering about the unprecedented manifestation of her heritage. Normally, Veela abilities don't fully develop until much later. "So there's a whole magical world? With schools and shops and everything?" "Exactly. There's a famous school in Scotland called Hogwarts where British witches and wizards study. I'll probably attend Beauxbatons Academy in France when I'm 11. Harry's face fell. "Will I go to Hogwarts, then? Will we be separated?" The question caught Fleur off guard. The guardian bond connecting them was so new, she hadn't considered the practical implications. "I don't know," she admitted. "But we're connected now. I felt it. Whatever happens, I'll still be your guardian." They reached a main road where shops were beginning to open. Fleur counted the money she had left, not enough for another taxi all the way to London. We need to contact my parents, she said. They'll be worried when they find my note. Harry looked around. Maybe that shop has a telephone we could use. The small convenience store was just opening, its owner turning the sign from closed to open as they approached. Fleur nodded and led the way inside. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes, looked up as they entered. Good morning. You two are out and about early. Excuse me, madam, Fleur said politely, her French accent noticeable. May we use your telephone? It's an emergency. The woman hesitated, looking from Fleur to Harry. Her eyes lingered on his oversized clothes and the bundle clutched in his arms. Are you both all right? Is someone looking for you? My parents are, Fleur said truthfully. We need to call them. After a moment's consideration, the woman nodded. The phone's in the back. Come with me. She led them behind the counter to a small office where a telephone sat on a desk cluttered with invoices and delivery schedules. Thank you, Fleur said, picking up the receiver. She dialed the hotel number she'd memorized from her father's correspondence, then asked for the Delacour suite when the front desk answered. Her father picked up almost immediately. Allô? Papa, say Fleur. She switched to French, aware of the shopkeeper hovering nearby. I found him. I found Harry Potter. There was a sharp intake of breath on the other end. Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. Where are you, Fleur? In Surrey. A place called Little Whinging. We need you to come get us. We've been frantic. Your mother is beside herself. How could you leave without, wait, did you say, we? Yes. Harry is with me. I've taken him from his relatives. They were terrible to him, Papa. The bond has formed. I'm his guardian now. A long silence followed, broken only when Sebastian spoke again, his voice carefully controlled. Give me the exact address where you are. We'll come immediately. Fleur looked to the shopkeeper, who had been watching the one-sided conversation with increasing concern. May I ask the address of this shop? My father is coming to collect us. The woman provided the information, which Fleur relayed to her father. Before hanging up, Sebastian added, Fleur, if this is truly Harry Potter, things are about to become very complicated. Stay where you are and speak to no one else. I understand, Papa. Please hurry. When she hung up, the shopkeeper was watching them with undisguised curiosity. Your parents are coming. Should I make you some breakfast while you wait? You both look like you could use it. Harry's stomach growled audibly at the mention of food. He blushed, but Fleur smiled gratefully. That would be very kind, thank you. The woman led them to a small table near the window where staff apparently took their breaks. She brought them tea and toast with jam, watching as Harry devoured his portion with the speed of someone unaccustomed to regular meals. I'm Mrs. Bennet, by the way, she said, refilling Harry's cup. Are you visiting from France, dear? Yes, with my family, Fleur replied. Harry is, a relative we're taking back with us. Mrs. Bennet's eyes flickered to Harry's worn clothing and thin frame. I see, she said in a tone that suggested she understood more than was being said. Well, you're welcome to wait here as long as needed. The next hour passed slowly. Harry asked dozens of questions about magic, which Fleur answered in whispers when Mrs. Bennet was busy with customers. She explained about wands and brooms, potions and spells, magical creatures and hidden communities. Your parents, Harry said suddenly, will they want me? I mean, they don't even know me. Fleur squeezed his hand. They'll understand about the guardian bond. It's sacred in our culture. Besides, they're good people. They'll welcome you. Harry didn't look convinced. A lifetime of rejection had taught him not to hope too much. Just as Fleur was about to offer more reassurances, a sleek black car pulled up outside the shop. Sebastian Delacour emerged from the driver's side, with Apollon from the passenger door. Even in casual Muggle clothing, they cut impressive figures, tall, elegant, and carrying themselves with unmistakable confidence. "They're here," Fleur said, standing up. Harry swallowed nervously and clutched his bundle tighter. The bell above the shop door chimed as the Delacours entered. Their eyes immediately found Fleur, relief washing over their faces. "Ma fille." Apollon rushed forward, embracing Fleur. "We were so worried." Sebastian approached more slowly, his gaze moving to the small boy half hidden behind his daughter. Recognition flickered in his eyes as he took in the messy black hair and the edge of a lightning bolt scar partially visible beneath Harry's fringe. "Mon Dieu," he murmured. "It really is him." Mrs. Bennet emerged from behind the counter. "You must be Fleur's parents." "I've been keeping an eye on the children." "Thank you," Sebastian said, offering his hand. "We appreciate your kindness. There was a misunderstanding this morning." Fleur was concerned about her cousin and acted impulsively. The shopkeeper nodded, though her expression suggested she wasn't entirely convinced by this explanation. "Well, they've been no trouble. Harry here was quite hungry, poor lamb." Apollon knelt before Harry, her expression gentle. "Hello, Harry. I'm Apollon Delacour, Fleur's mother. We're very pleased to meet you." Harry shrank back slightly, unused to being addressed directly by adults, especially beautiful, kind-looking ones. "Hello," he managed. "Fleur tells us you've had a difficult time with your relatives," she continued, keeping her voice soft. "Would you like to come with us? Just to talk, for now." Harry looked up at Fleur, who nodded encouragingly. "Okay," he said. Sebastian thanked Mrs. Bennet again and pressed several large bills into her hand despite her protests. Then, with a hand on each child's shoulder, he guided them out to the waiting car. Once they were settled in the back seat, Harry and Fleur together with Apollon turned around from the front passenger seat to face them. Sebastian started driving before addressing the situation. "Fleur, what you did was extremely dangerous. You could have been hurt, lost, or worse." "I had to find him, Papa," Fleur said, her chin lifting stubbornly. "The bond was pulling me to him. He needed help. Nevertheless, you should have waited for us." Sebastian's tone softened as he met Harry's eyes in the rearview mirror. "Though I understand now why you felt such urgency." "Monsieur, am I in trouble?" Harry asked, his voice small. "The Dursleys will be very angry." "You are not in trouble, Harry," Apollon assured him. "And you don't need to worry about the Dursleys anymore." "But there's much we need to understand," Sebastian added. "Harry, has anyone from the magical world ever visited you? Any witches or wizards?" Harry shook his head. "I didn't even know magic was real until Fleur told me today. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia always said my parents died in a car crash." The Delacours exchanged troubled glances. "Harry," Apollon said carefully, "do you know who you are? In our world?" Again, Harry shook his head. "Your parents were Lily and James Potter," she explained. "They were very brave and talented witch and wizard. They didn't die in a car crash. They were killed protecting you from a very evil wizard named Voldemort." Harry's eyes widened. "Protecting me? Why would anyone want to hurt a baby?" "There was a prophecy," Sebastian said, choosing his words with care. "Voldemort believed you were a threat to him. He attacked your family, but when he tried to kill you, something extraordinary happened. His curse rebounded, destroying him instead. You survived with only that scar. In our world, you're known as the boy who lived." Harry's hand crept up to touch the lightning bolt mark on his forehead. "This scar? From a curse?" Fleur nodded. "Everyone in the magical world knows your name. You're famous, Harry." "But that's impossible," Harry whispered. "I'm nobody. Just Harry. Just a freak." Apollon's expression darkened. "Who told you that?" Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. They said I was a burden. That no one wanted me. Fleur felt the now familiar surge of protective fury. They lied about everything, Harry. You're not a freak or a burden. You're a wizard. An important one. But if I'm so important, why was I left with people who hate me? The question hung in the air, unanswerable and damning. Sebastian sighed heavily. That, Harry, is what we intend to find out. They drove in silence for several minutes, each lost in thought. Finally, Apollon spoke again. Harry, Fleur believes she has formed a guardian bond with you. Do you understand what that means? Harry glanced at Fleur. She said she's supposed to protect me. There was silver light, and I felt warm. The guardian bond is very ancient magic, Apollon explained. It forms only in rare circumstances, when a Veela, or part Veela like Fleur, encounters someone in great need of protection. Once formed, it creates a powerful magical connection that can't be broken by ordinary means. This complicates matters significantly, Sebastian added. Under normal circumstances, you would be returned to your legal guardians. However, Veela guardian bonds supersede mundane custody arrangements in most magical jurisdictions. They're recognized as a form of magical adoption. So, I don't have to go back. Hope crept into Harry's voice. Not if the bond is genuine and complete, Sebastian said. Which we will need to verify with experts. But if it is, then no, you would never be forced to return to the Dursleys. Harry's face transformed with such naked relief that Apollon reached out to squeeze his hand. But where will I go? He asked. With you? To France? That would be the most likely outcome, Sebastian confirmed. Though we should expect resistance from British magical authorities. You are, after all, quite important to their society. They left me with people who hated me, Harry said, a rare hint of bitterness entering his voice. Why should they get to decide anything now? Fleur put her arm around Harry's shoulders. They won't take you away from me. I won't let them. For the first time since they'd met, a genuine smile spread across Harry's face, hesitant but real. Promise? I promise, Fleur said solemnly. As they neared London, Sebastian made a decision. We won't return to the hotel yet. There are too many potential complications if word gets out about Harry. We need to consult with magical authorities on our own terms. He turned the car toward an unremarkable street in a rundown area of London. Parking in front of a dilapidated building with a sign reading, "Closed for renovations," he instructed them to wait while he checked something. Sebastian returned minutes later. It's safe. This is a discreet French diplomatic outpost. We can use their Fleur network to contact the right people. Inside, the building transformed from decrepit to elegant, a magical space hidden within the Muggle exterior. A witch in formal robes greeted Sebastian with a respectful bow. Monsieur Delacour, c'est un honneur. Comment puis-je vous aider? Nous avons besoin d'utiliser votre réseau de cheminette pour une affaire urgente et confidentielle, Sebastian replied. Je dois demander votre discrétion absolue. The witch's eyes widened as she noticed Harry, her gaze fixing on the partially visible scar. She nodded quickly. Bien sûr, monsieur. Suivez-moi. She led them to a private office with a large fireplace. After ensuring they had everything they needed, she left them alone, closing the door behind her. Harry, Sebastian said, we need to contact a Veela elder to verify the guardian bond. Then we must inform certain British authorities of the situation, but on our terms. Harry looked nervously at the fireplace. How does it work? Watch, Fleur said. Her father took a handful of glittering powder from a pot on the mantelpiece and threw it into the flames, which immediately turned emerald green. Sanctuaire de Veela, Marseille, he called clearly before kneeling and putting his head into the flames. Harry gasped, but Fleur squeezed his hand reassuringly. It doesn't hurt. It's called the Fleur network. Wizards use it to communicate and travel. After a few minutes of muffled conversation, Sebastian withdrew from the flames. Madame Etoile will come through. She is one of the eldest Veela in France and an expert on our most ancient magic. Before Harry could ask any questions, the green flames flared higher, and an elderly woman stepped gracefully into the room. Despite her apparent age, silver hair cascading to her waist and fine lines around her eyes, she moved with the fluid grace of someone much younger. Her gaze immediately found Fleur and Harry, a knowing smile curving her lips. La gardienne et son protégé, she murmured. The guardian and her ward. I sense it already. She approached, kneeling before them with surprising agility. I am Celeste Etoile, children. May I examine your bond? When they nodded, she placed one hand on each of their heads, closing her eyes. A soft humming emanated from her throat, not quite a song, but more melodic than speech. After several minutes, she opened her eyes, which now shimmered with unshed tears. It is true. A guardian bond, fully formed and already growing stronger. I haven't witnessed one in my lifetime, though my grandmother told me of the last known case. What does this mean for them? Apollon asked. Madame Etoile rose, addressing the adults while keeping a gentle hand on each child's shoulder. The bond is unbreakable. Trying to separate them now would cause tremendous magical backlash and suffering for both. Young Fleur has accepted a sacred responsibility, and her magic has responded accordingly, manifesting abilities far beyond her years. And legally? Sebastian pressed. The International Confederation of Wizards still recognizes the ancient laws governing Veela guardian bonds. They supersede all other custody arrangements. Her expression grew serious. However, this is Harry Potter. There will be resistance, particularly from Britain. We should speak with Albus Dumbledore, Apollon suggested. He was instrumental in Harry's placement after his parents' deaths. Madame Etoile nodded. A wise precaution. But first, I must formally acknowledge the bond to strengthen its magical and legal standing. She drew a wand from her flowing robes and motioned for Harry and Fleur to join hands. When they did, she began an incantation in a language that seemed to shimmer in the air, neither French nor English nor Latin, but something more ancient. Silver threads of light emerged from her wand, wrapping around their joined hands before sinking beneath their skin. Both children gasped as warmth flooded through them, cementing the connection they'd begun to form. By the ancient laws of the Veela, I recognize this bond of guardian and ward, Madame Etoile declared, switching to English. Let all magical beings acknowledge and respect the oath of protection freely given and accepted. So it is spoken, so it shall be. The silver glow around their hands flared once before fading, though Harry could still feel it, a comforting presence linking him to Fleur. It is done, Madame Etoile said solemnly. I will provide formal documentation for both the French Ministry and the International Confederation. Sebastian nodded gratefully. Thank you, madam. Now, we must contact Albus Dumbledore. This proved more complicated. After several attempts through various channels, they received word that the headmaster of Hogwarts was away on ICW business but would be notified of the urgent situation. In the meantime, Sebastian decided, we should return to France immediately. Harry will be safer there while we navigate the diplomatic complexities. What about my things at the hotel? Fleur asked. Your mother will return with Gabrielle to collect our belongings. I've arranged an international port key for you, Harry, and myself from this facility directly to our home in Marseille. Harry looked alarmed. What's a port key? It's a magical object that transports you instantly from one place to another, Fleur explained. It feels strange the first time, but it's quick. Harry nodded, though he still looked apprehensive. Everything was happening so fast. This morning, he'd been weeding Aunt Petunia's garden, and now he was about to travel magically to another country with people he'd just met. Seeming to sense his unease, Apollon knelt before him. Harry, I know this is overwhelming. If you're unsure, we can find another solution. Harry looked at Fleur, then at the elegant, kind-faced woman before him. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs, about Dudley's bullying and Uncle Vernon's rage. Then he thought about magic, about his real parents who had loved him enough to die for him, and about the silver thread connecting him to the girl who had appeared from nowhere to rescue him. "I want to go with you," he said firmly. "If you really want me." Apollin's smile was radiant. "We do, Harry. Very much." The rest of the morning passed in a flurry of activity. Madame Etoile departed after providing official documentation of the guardian bond. Apollin left to collect Gabrielle and their belongings from the hotel, promising to join them in France by evening. When the portkey, a tarnished silver hand mirror, was finally ready, Harry clutched Fleur's hand tightly. "Ready?" she asked. Harry nodded, though his heart was pounding. "Ready. 3, 2, 1, Sebastian counted down, and they all touched the mirror simultaneously. Harry felt a jerk behind his navel, the world dissolving into a swirl of color and sound. When his feet touched solid ground again, he stumbled, kept upright only by Fleur's steady hand. "Welcome to France, Harry," she said softly. "Welcome home." Before them stood an elegant manor house overlooking the Mediterranean Sea, bathed in golden sunlight that seemed to promise a new beginning. As Harry took his first tentative steps toward his new life, the silver thread connecting him to Fleur pulsed with warmth and certainty. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, guardian and ward, bound by magic older than memory. Far away in Britain, ancient wards collapsed around an ordinary house on Privet Drive. In a castle in Scotland, silver instruments on a headmaster's desk suddenly went silent. And in a hidden chamber deep within the Department of Mysteries, a prophecy glowed momentarily brighter before settling back into its eternal vigil. The first pieces of destiny had shifted, setting in motion events that would one day reshape the wizarding world. Chapter 2, Sanctuary in Sapphire Shores. The Delacour estate, known locally as Les Rives de Saphir or Sapphire Shores, sprawled across 5 acres of Mediterranean coastline. The main house, a 3-story structure of pale limestone with elegant blue shutters, faced the sea, its wide terraces offering panoramic views of the glittering water. Flowering bougainvillea climbed the walls, adding splashes of magenta against the creamy stone. Harry stood rooted to the spot, unable to believe this beautiful place would be his home. After 7 years in a cupboard, the vastness of the property made him dizzy. "It's so big," he whispered to Fleur, who hadn't let go of his hand since their arrival via portkey. "It's been in my father's family for generations," she explained, her voice betraying a hint of pride. "The gardens behind the house are my favorite, there's a maze with magical fountains at the center." Sebastian Delacour placed a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. "Come inside, Harry. You must be hungry after all this morning's excitement." The interior of the house was just as impressive as the exterior, high ceilings with painted murals, marble floors that gleamed in the sunlight streaming through tall windows, and furniture that looked too elegant to actually use. Harry tried to make himself smaller as they walked through the entrance hall, terrified of breaking something valuable. A small creature with large bat-like ears and enormous eyes appeared with a soft pop, causing Harry to jump. "Master Sebastian has returned," the creature squeaked, bowing low. Tippy was not expecting the family until tomorrow. "Change of plans, Tippy," Sebastian replied. "We have a guest who will be staying with us indefinitely. This is Harry Potter." The house elf's already huge eyes widened to impossible proportions. "Harry Potter, sir." Tippy gasped, bowing so low her nose touched the floor. Such an honor for Tippy to serve the great Harry Potter. Harry blushed furiously. Nice to meet you too." Fleur squeezed his hand reassuringly. "Tippy is a house elf. They serve magical families." "Like servants?" Harry asked, uncomfortable with the concept after years of being treated as one himself. "It's more complicated than that," Sebastian said. "Magical bonds between house elves and wizarding families are ancient and mutually beneficial, though I won't pretend there aren't abuses in the system." The Delacour elves are treated with dignity and respect. Tippy nodded enthusiastically. The Delacours is the best family. Tippy is very proud to serve. Could you prepare a light meal for us, please? Sebastian asked. And make up the blue guest room for Harry, the one adjoining Fleur's suite. Right away, Master Sebastian. The house elf vanished with another pop. I've never seen a house elf before, Harry said. Are there many magical creatures I don't know about? Dozens, Fleur replied. Dragons, unicorns, hippogriffs. Perhaps a more thorough introduction to the magical world can wait until after lunch, Sebastian suggested with a smile. Let's show Harry his room first. They climbed a sweeping marble staircase to the second floor, where a long corridor lined with paintings led to the family's private quarters. Unlike the portraits at Hogwarts, which Harry would later learn about, these paintings remained motionless, exquisite Muggle artwork collected over centuries. This will be your room, Sebastian said, opening a door midway down the hall. Harry stepped inside and gasped. The blue guest room was larger than the Dursleys' entire first floor. Sunlight poured through French doors leading to a small private balcony overlooking the sea. The walls were painted a soft blue that matched the Mediterranean visible beyond the windows, and the four-poster bed looked big enough for 3 people. This is, for me. Harry couldn't keep the disbelief from his voice. Of course, Sebastian replied. Is something wrong with it? Harry shook his head mutely, overwhelmed. Fleur, sensing his emotional overload, explained quietly to her father, Harry's been sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs. Sebastian's expression darkened momentarily before he knelt to Harry's eye level. Harry, this is your home now for as long as you wish it to be. Everything here is yours to enjoy. You are not a guest, you are family. Harry blinked rapidly, fighting back tears. No one had ever spoken to him that way before. Thank you, he managed. My room is through that door, Fleur said, pointing to a connecting door in the wall. If you need anything during the night, you can knock. And Apollon and Gabrielle will arrive this evening, Sebastian added. I'm sure my younger daughter will be thrilled to meet you. She loves stories about the boy who lived. Harry grimaced slightly at the reminder of his unwanted fame, which Sebastian noticed. I understand this is all overwhelming, not just your change in circumstances but learning about your place in our world. We'll take it slowly, I promise. I'd like to know more about my parents, Harry said hesitantly. The real story, not what the Dursleys told me. Sebastian nodded. Of course. After lunch, perhaps. For now, why don't you wash up? The bathroom is through that door. Tippy will bring your lunch up here so you can rest. After Sebastian left, Fleur lingered, watching as Harry wandered around the room in amazement, running his fingers over the silk bedspread. Is it really okay for me to stay here? He asked. What if your parents change their minds? They won't, Fleur said firmly. The guardian bond is sacred, Harry. Besides, they're good people. They wouldn't send you back to those terrible muggles. Muggles? Harry repeated the unfamiliar word. Non-magical people, like your aunt and uncle. Fleur sat on the edge of the bed. There's so much you don't know about our world. It makes me angry that you were kept in the dark for so long. Harry joined her, his feet dangling above the floor. Why do you think they did it? Dumbledore and whoever else decided to leave me with the Dursleys? Fleur frowned thoughtfully. I don't know. My father seems troubled by it too. Maybe they thought you'd be safer in the Muggle world, away from the fame and attention. Some safety, Harry muttered, unconsciously rubbing his arm where a fading bruise marked Vernon's last loss of temper. Fleur noticed the gesture, her expression hardening. They'll never hurt you again. I won't let them. The fierce protectiveness in her voice made Harry smile despite himself. It still seemed incredible that this girl he'd only met hours ago was now magically bound to protect him, that anyone would care enough to stand between him and harm. I can feel it, you know, he admitted. The bond thing. Like a warm spot right here. He pressed his hand to his chest. Fleur nodded. I feel it too. Madame Etoile said it will grow stronger over time. Before Harry could respond, a soft pop announced Tippy's return. The house elf balanced a tray laden with food that made Harry's mouth water: fresh bread, cheese, cold meats, fruits, and a steaming bowl of soup that smelled of herbs and the sea. Lunch for young Master Harry and Miss Fleur. Tippy announced proudly. Is there anything else Tippy can bring? No, thank you, Tippy. This looks wonderful. Fleur took the tray and set it on a small table by the window. After the elf departed, Harry approached the food cautiously. At the Dursleys, he'd learned that reaching too eagerly for food often meant having it snatched away as a cruel joke. It's all for us, Fleur assured him, recognizing his hesitation. Eat as much as you want. The meal passed companionably, with Fleur telling Harry stories about growing up in a magical household, her first accidental magic at age 4, making all the flowers in the garden bloom in winter, Gabrielle's tendency to float when excited, and the various magical creatures that inhabited the Delacour estate. There are kelpies in the cove below the house, she explained. And a small colony of fairy folk in the orchard. They're not like the fairies in Muggle stories, they're mischievous and will steal anything shiny if you're not careful. After lunch, Harry's exhaustion from the morning's events caught up with him. Despite his desire to explore his new surroundings, his eyelids grew heavy. You should rest, Fleur said, noticing his fatigue. It's been an overwhelming day. Harry wanted to protest that he wasn't tired, but a massive yawn betrayed him. Maybe just for a little while, he conceded. I'll come wake you before dinner. Mother and Gabrielle should be here by then. Fleur left through the connecting door, and Harry found himself alone in the enormous room. The bed, when he finally climbed onto it, was so soft he felt like he was sinking into a cloud. He meant to only close his eyes for a moment, but within minutes, he was fast asleep. In his dream, he was back in the cupboard under the stairs, but it was shrinking, the walls closing in. He couldn't breathe. Uncle Vernon was pounding on the door, shouting that freaks deserved to be locked away forever. Harry! Harry, wake up! He jerked awake with a gasp to find Fleur shaking his shoulder gently. The room was dimmer now, golden evening light slanting through the windows. You were having a nightmare, she said, concern etched on her face. Harry sat up, embarrassed. Sorry. I didn't mean to, don't apologize. Fleur interrupted. It's normal after what you've been through. Harry pushed his glasses back into place, noticing they were bent again. How long did I sleep? About 4 hours. Mother and Gabrielle have arrived. They're waiting downstairs to meet you. She paused, studying his face. Are you ready? Or do you need more time? The kindness in her voice, the simple consideration of his feelings, was still so new to Harry that it made his throat tight. I'm ready, he said, swinging his legs off the bed. Do I look okay? He gestured to his oversized hand-me-downs from Dudley. Fleur pressed her lips together. We'll go shopping tomorrow for proper clothes. For now. She drew a wand from her pocket. You have a wand already? Harry asked, surprised. It's my training wand, limited to simple spells and only works for me. Most magical families provide them to children to practice control. She waved it over his clothes, murmuring something in French. Harry's clothes shimmered briefly before shrinking to a more appropriate size. The color remained the same faded gray, but at least they no longer hung off him like a tent. That's better, Fleur said, slipping her wand back into her pocket. Come on. The Delacours were gathered in a comfortable sitting room overlooking the gardens. Apollon rose when Harry and Fleur entered, her smile genuine and warm. Harry. I hope you were able to rest. Harry nodded, suddenly shy in the presence of Fleur's elegant mother. A miniature version of Fleur, all silver blonde hair and wide blue eyes, peeked out from behind Apollon. Gabrielle Delacour regarded Harry with undisguised curiosity. "Save raiment Harry Potter," she whispered to her mother. "English, Gabrielle," Apollon reminded her gently. "Harry doesn't speak French yet." Gabrielle stepped forward, her chin held high despite her obvious nervousness. "Hello, Harry Potter. I am Gabrielle Delacour. I am 7 years old. Nice to meet you, Gabrielle." "I'm 7 too," Harry replied, oddly charmed by the little girl's formal introduction. Gabrielle's face lit up. "We are the same. Fleur says you will live with us now because she is your, what is the word, maman?" "Guardian," Apollon supplied. "Oui, guardian." Gabrielle nodded seriously. "That means she will protect you from bad people, and you will be like my brother." Harry glanced at Fleur, surprised by this interpretation. "Brother?" Fleur's cheeks colored slightly. "The guardian bond does make us something like family, I suppose." "More than like family," Sebastian said, joining them from an adjoining study. "The magical law recognizes the bond as equivalent to blood relations in many ways. Harry is, for all intents and purposes, part of our family now." Family. The word resonated in Harry's chest, mixing with the warm glow of the bond. He'd never had a family before, not one he could remember, anyway. "I've contacted the French ministry," Sebastian continued. "They're prepared to recognize Harry's residency under the Veela Guardian Statute of 1738. However, as expected, we've received an urgent message from Britain." "Dumbledore?" Apollon asked. Sebastian nodded. "He's requesting an immediate meeting. I've agreed to speak with him tomorrow morning, here, on our terms." "Will he try to take Harry back to those people?" Fleur asked, instinctively moving closer to Harry. "He can try," Sebastian said grimly, "but the law is on our side. The guardian bond takes precedence." "I won't go," Harry said, with more certainty than he'd felt about anything in his life. "I want to stay here. With you." Apollon came to kneel before him, taking his small hands in hers. "And we want you to stay, Harry. But you should understand, Albus Dumbledore is a very powerful wizard, both magically and politically. He's the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, chief warlock of the British Wizengamot, and headmaster of Hogwarts. His decisions are rarely challenged. He left me with people who hated me," Harry said quietly. "Who told me my parents died in a car crash and that I was a freak. Why should I trust him now?" The Delacours exchanged glances, clearly troubled by this question. "We don't know his reasons," Sebastian admitted. "But we intend to find out." "Enough serious talk for tonight," Apollon declared, standing up. "Dinner is ready, and Harry needs proper nourishment. We can continue these discussions tomorrow." Dinner was unlike anything Harry had experienced before. The dining room opened onto a terrace where a table had been set facing the sea, now glowing gold and crimson with the setting sun. Delicious aromas wafted from covered dishes as the family settled around the table. Harry hesitated, uncertain where to sit until Fleur patted the chair beside her. Gabrielle claimed the seat on his other side, chattering excitedly in a mix of French and English that Harry struggled to follow. The food was nothing like the plain fare the Dursleys preferred. Harry sampled bouillabaisse, a fish stew that Fleur insisted was a regional specialty, crusty bread with herb-infused olive oil, and tender lamb that melted in his mouth. By the time dessert arrived, a light lemon tart with fresh berries, Harry was fuller than he'd ever been in his life. "Tomorrow we must take you shopping, Harry," Apollon said as they finished their meal. "You need proper clothing and personal items." "I don't have any money," Harry admitted, embarrassed. Sebastian waved away his concern. "As your guardians, providing for you is our responsibility and privilege. Besides, I have reason to believe your parents left you well provided for. Once the immediate legal matters are settled, we can inquire about your inheritance." "I had an inheritance." Harry was startled by the concept. The Potters were an old and wealthy family, Sebastian confirmed. I would be very surprised if arrangements weren't made for you. After dinner, the family moved to a comfortable sitting room where Sebastian pulled out an old leather-bound book from a nearby shelf. I thought you might like to see this, he said, handing it to Harry. It's a history of recent magical conflicts, including the war against Voldemort. Harry opened it carefully to the page Sebastian had marked. There, moving in magical photographs, were his parents, James Potter with his untidy black hair so like Harry's own, and Lily Potter with her striking green eyes and warm smile. They stood among a group labeled, the Original Order of the Phoenix, looking young and brave and very much alive. They were part of a secret organization that fought against Voldemort, Sebastian explained. Your father was a talented duelist, and your mother was brilliant at charms and potions. Harry traced their faces with a trembling finger. They look happy. They were, from all accounts, deeply in love, Apollon said gently. And they loved you very much, Harry. Never doubt that. Harry nodded, unable to speak past the lump in his throat. These moving images were the first he'd ever seen of his parents, proof that they had been real people, not the worthless drunks the Dursleys had described. As the evening drew to a close, Harry found himself fighting yawns again, the emotional exhaustion of the day catching up to him. Bed for all of you, I think, Apollon announced, noticing his fatigue. Tomorrow will be a busy day. Fleur accompanied Harry back to his room, lingering at the connecting door. Will you be all right? If you have another nightmare. I'll be fine, Harry assured her, though he wasn't entirely convinced himself. Well, remember I'm right next door if you need anything. She hesitated. Harry, when Professor Dumbledore comes tomorrow, just remember the bond protects you. No one can force you to leave if you don't want to. I won't leave, Harry said firmly. Not ever. Fleur smiled. Good night, then. Sleep well. Despite his exhaustion, sleep proved elusive. Harry lay awake in the enormous bed, watching moonlight play across the ceiling and listening to the distant sound of waves against the shore. Everything had changed so quickly. This morning, he'd been a prisoner in his cupboard, and now he was in France, in a beautiful house, with a family who seemed to genuinely want him. It didn't feel real. Part of him feared he would wake up tomorrow back on Privet Drive, discovering this had all been an elaborate dream born of desperation. Eventually, Harry drifted off, lulled by the rhythmic sound of the sea. This time, his dreams were peaceful, flying over sapphire waters with Fleur, free and happy and safe. Morning arrived with golden sunlight streaming through windows Harry had forgotten to close and the gentle sound of waves against the cliffs below the house. For a disorienting moment, he didn't know where he was, the soft bed and spacious room so unlike his cupboard that his sleep-fogged brain couldn't process the change. Then memory flooded back, Fleur appearing in the Dursleys' garden, the silver thread connecting them, the journey to France. Harry sat up, reaching for his glasses on the bedside table. A soft knock came at the connecting door before Fleur peeked in. You're awake. Good morning. Morning, Harry replied, self-consciously trying to flatten his perpetually messy hair. I brought you something. Fleur entered carrying a stack of clothing. Some of my cousin Matthew's things. He's 9, so they'll be a bit big, but better than what you have now. Harry accepted the clothes gratefully, simple khaki shorts, a blue t-shirt and a light sweater. Thank you. Breakfast is ready whenever you are. But no rush, it's only 7:30. Harry, accustomed to preparing breakfast for the Dursleys at the crack of dawn, was surprised he'd been allowed to sleep so late. I'll be quick, he promised. 20 minutes later, showered and dressed in clothes that, while still slightly too large, fit better than anything he'd worn before, Harry made his way downstairs. He paused in the entrance hall, momentarily lost in the large house, before following the sound of voices to a sunny breakfast room overlooking the gardens. The Delacours were already gathered around the table. Sebastian sat reading what appeared to be a magical newspaper, the images on the front page moving subtly. Apollon was helping Gabrielle cut a crepe, while Fleur buttered a piece of toast. "Ah, Harry." "Good morning," Sebastian greeted him, folding his newspaper. "Did you sleep well?" "Yes, thank you," Harry replied, still not quite used to adults inquiring about his welfare. "Sit, sit," Apollon encouraged, gesturing to the empty chair beside Fleur. "Help yourself to whatever looks good." The table was laden with food, crepes, croissants, fresh fruit, yogurt, and several dishes Harry didn't recognize. He hesitated, old habits making him wait for permission even though none seemed to be required here. "Try the pain au chocolate," Fleur suggested, pointing to a flaky pastry. "They're still warm." Harry selected one, along with some strawberries. The pastry was buttery and delicious, with rich chocolate in the center that melted on his tongue. As they ate, Sebastian outlined the plan for the day. "Professor Dumbledore will arrive at 10 o'clock. Harry, you don't need to join us immediately, we'll speak with him first and explain the situation fully." "I want to be there," Harry said, surprising himself with his own assertiveness. "It's about me, isn't it?" Sebastian studied him thoughtfully. "It is indeed." "Very well, if you feel comfortable facing him, you may join us." "I'll be with him," Fleur added firmly. "After that, regardless of the outcome, Apollon will take you shopping in Cannes, both the magical and muggle districts. You need a complete wardrobe and personal items." The mention of shopping reminded Harry of another concern. "Sir, I've just realized, I don't speak French. How will I manage here?" Sebastian smiled. "There are magical solutions for that. Translation charms can help initially, and children learn languages quickly. I suspect you'll be quite fluent within a few months. Besides," Apollon added, "many people in this region speak English due to tourism. You won't be completely lost." After breakfast, Harry and Fleur retreated to the gardens while the adults prepared for Dumbledore's arrival. The grounds of Sapphire Shores were as impressive as the house. Meticulously maintained lawns gave way to more natural Mediterranean landscaping, with cypress trees, lavender, and rosemary growing among stone pathways that wound down toward the sea. "This is the maze I told you about," Fleur said, leading Harry through an entrance formed by two towering cypress trees. "It changes sometimes, so don't come in alone until you learn its patterns." The hedges were over 6 feet tall, creating cool, green-tinted passages that muffled the sounds of the outside world. Harry followed Fleur through several turns before they emerged into a circular clearing at the center. A magnificent fountain dominated the space, 3 stone mermaids with water flowing from their upturned palms. Unlike Muggle statues, these mermaids moved subtly, turning their heads to watch as Harry and Fleur approached. "They're alive." Harry gasped. "Not exactly alive," Fleur explained. "They're enchanted stone. Watch this." She approached the fountain and spoke clearly, "Montrez nous quelque de beau." The mermaids smiled in unison before the water streaming from their palms changed color, shifting through the rainbow before forming into the shape of a shimmering butterfly that flew around Harry's head. "That means, show us something beautiful," Fleur translated. "They respond to specific phrases. My grandfather enchanted the fountain decades ago." Harry watched in wonder as the water butterfly dissolved back into the fountain. "Can I try?" "Of course. You can use English, they understand most languages." Harry stepped forward nervously. Show us something exciting." The mermaids tilted their heads as if considering the request, then the water surged upward, forming the shape of a dragon that roared silently before diving back into the basin with a splash that somehow didn't wet either of them. "Brilliant!" Harry exclaimed. They spent the next half hour experimenting with different requests, the mermaids creating water sculptures of increasing complexity, galloping horses, soaring phoenixes, blooming flowers that burst into droplets that caught the sunlight like diamonds. "It's nearly time," Fleur said eventually, checking a delicate watch on her wrist. "Dumbledore will be arriving soon." Harry's stomach twisted with sudden anxiety. "What if he makes me go back?" "He can't," Fleur stated with absolute conviction. The guardian bond is protected by international magical law. Besides, my father is a skilled diplomat and knows the law thoroughly. They made their way back to the house, where the atmosphere had shifted subtly. House elves scurried about, arranging fresh flowers and polishing already gleaming surfaces. Sebastian and Apollon stood in the entrance hall, dressed in formal robes that Harry hadn't seen them wear before. "Ah, there you are," Sebastian said when he spotted them. "Harry, are you sure you want to be present for this meeting? It might become tense." Harry nodded firmly. "I'm sure." "Very well. He should be arriving a melodious chime interrupted him, indicating someone had crossed the estate's boundary wards. "Right on time," Sebastian murmured. "Tippy, please show our guest in when he arrives at the door." Harry's heart pounded as they moved to a formal sitting room he hadn't seen before. Unlike the comfortable family spaces he'd been in so far, this room was clearly designed to impress: high ceilings with ornate moldings, antique furniture arranged in a conversational grouping, and large windows offering views of both the sea and the gardens. Fleur stayed close to Harry's side as they perched together on a small sofa. The warm glow of the bond seemed to intensify, responding to his anxiety. The door opened, and Tippy announced in her high-pitched voice, "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, and Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." The man who entered was unlike anyone Harry had ever seen. Tall and thin, with flowing silver hair and beard that reached his waist, Albus Dumbledore wore robes of deep purple embroidered with silver stars. Half-moon spectacles perched on his crooked nose, and his blue eyes twinkled with an intelligence that seemed to take in everything at once. Those eyes fixed immediately on Harry, widening slightly in what might have been surprise or concern. "Harry," Dumbledore said softly, as though speaking to a wounded animal that might bolt. "I see you are safe. That is a great relief." "Professor Dumbledore," Sebastian said formally, stepping forward. "Thank you for coming. Please, be seated." Dumbledore took the offered chair, his gaze never leaving Harry. "When the wards at Privet Drive collapsed, I feared the worst. It seems my fears were misplaced." "The wards collapsed because Harry is no longer under the Dursleys' care," Sebastian stated. "As you can see, he is safe and well here with us." "So it would appear," Dumbledore agreed, his voice pleasant but his eyes sharp. "Though I must ask how this came to be. The last report I received from Arabella Figg indicated nothing unusual at Privet Drive." Anger flashed through Harry at the realization that someone had been watching him all these years while he suffered. "Nothing unusual," he blurted out. "Living in a cupboard under the stairs was nothing unusual. Being starved and treated like a slave was nothing unusual." Dumbledore's composure slipped momentarily, genuine shock crossing his features. "A cupboard? Harry, what do you mean?" "My bedroom at the Dursleys was a cupboard under the stairs," Harry said, his voice steadier than he felt. "I didn't even know my name was Harry until I started school. They called me boy or freak." The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees as Dumbledore absorbed this information. "I was not aware of this," he said finally. "The arrangements for your care specified you were to be treated as a member of the family." "I wasn't," Harry stated flatly. "They hated me. They hated magic. They told me my parents died in a car crash because my father was drunk." Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly, as though in pain. "I see I have made a grave error in judgment. For that, Harry, I can only offer my profound apologies." Apollon leaned forward. "With respect, Professor, an apology does not address the situation at hand. Harry is now under our protection through a Veela guardian bond with our daughter." "So I have been informed," Dumbledore said, his gaze shifting to Fleur. "A remarkable occurrence, particularly given the rarity of such bonds in modern times." He studied the silver-haired girl thoughtfully. "May I ask how this bond came to form, Miss Delacour?" Fleur straightened. "I felt a pull, like someone calling for help. I followed it to Harry." When I saw how they treated him, the bond activated fully. I couldn't have stopped it if I wanted to. And did you want to stop it? Dumbledore asked gently. No, Fleur replied without hesitation. He needed me. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Guardian bonds are indeed powerful magic, ancient and largely beyond our control. He turned back to Sebastian. I assume you've had the bond verified? By Madame Celeste Etoile, one of the eldest Veela in France. The documentation has been filed with both the French Ministry and the International Confederation. I see. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. Then we face a complex situation. Harry's residence with his aunt was not merely a guardianship arrangement. There were powerful blood wards tied to his mother's sacrifice, magic that has kept him safe from those who would harm him. Safe from external threats, perhaps, Apollon said coolly, but not from the threat within that home. A failure I acknowledge and deeply regret, Dumbledore conceded. However, the protection those wards provided was unique. With their collapse, Harry's security becomes a serious concern. He is protected by the Guardian Bond now, Sebastian pointed out. Veela protection magic is among the most powerful defensive enchantments known. For most threats, yes, Dumbledore agreed. But Lord Voldemort is not most threats. A heavy silence fell over the room. Harry looked between the adults, confused. But Voldemort is dead, isn't he? He was destroyed when he tried to kill me. Dumbledore regarded Harry with compassion. I believe, Harry, that Voldemort was greatly weakened that night, but not truly destroyed. There are signs that he lingers in some form, waiting for an opportunity to regain his power. Then Harry needs protection more than ever, Fleur declared. And I'm providing it. You are a child yourself, Miss Delacour, Dumbledore said gently. Fleur's eyes flashed. I am a guardian. The bond wouldn't have formed if my magic wasn't capable of protecting him. The bond certainly complicates matters, Dumbledore admitted. Legally, it supersedes previous guardianship arrangements. Then you acknowledge our custody of Harry? Sebastian pressed. Dumbledore sighed. International magical law gives me little choice. However, I must insist on certain protective measures if Harry is to remain here. What sort of measures? Apollon asked suspiciously. Wards, similar to those at Privet Drive but anchored differently. I would cast them myself to ensure maximum efficacy. What would these wards do, exactly? Sebastian's diplomatic training was evident in his careful questioning. They would prevent anyone with harmful intent toward Harry from approaching the property. They would mask his magical signature to prevent tracking. And they would alert me immediately if anyone attempted to breach them. The Delacours exchanged glances, conducting a silent consultation before Sebastian spoke. Those terms are acceptable, with one condition. The alert system must notify us simultaneously with you. We will not have you intervening on French soil without our knowledge. Dumbledore inclined his head. A reasonable stipulation. There's something else, Harry spoke up, drawing all eyes to him. I want to know why. Why did you leave me with people who hated me? Why didn't anyone check on me properly? Dumbledore regarded him for a long moment, as though weighing how much to reveal. The full explanation is complex and relates to matters I believe you're still too young to fully understand. However, I owe you at least part of the truth. He leaned forward, speaking directly to Harry. When your mother died to save you, she invoked an ancient magic based in love and sacrifice. That protection lives in your blood, and in the blood of her family. By placing you with your mother's sister, I extended that protection through blood wards that would keep you safe from Voldemort and his followers while they remained active. But they hurt me, Harry said quietly. Yes, and for that miscalculation, I am deeply sorry. I knew Petunia resented her sister's magic, but I believed that blood ties and the natural affection for a child would overcome that resentment. I was wrong, and you suffered for my error. Harry absorbed this, not sure if the explanation made him feel better or worse. Did you ever check on me yourself? Even once? A flash of what might have been guilt crossed Dumbledore's face. I monitored the wards regularly, and I had a squib, a non-magical person from a magical family, living nearby to report on your welfare. It seems her reports were either incomplete or I failed to probe deeply enough. Mrs. Fig? Harry guessed, remembering the odd, cat-loving neighbor the Dursleys sometimes left him with. She knew about magic. She did. I asked her to keep an eye on you without revealing the magical world, as your aunt and uncle were, adamant about keeping you ignorant of your heritage. Harry felt another surge of anger. So everyone decided what was best for me without ever asking what I wanted. A fair criticism, Dumbledore acknowledged. One I can only attempt to address going forward. Going forward, Sebastian interjected, Harry will remain with us. The Guardian Bond ensures it's not only his safest option but his legal residence under international magical law. I accept that reality, Dumbledore said. Though I would ask that you consider allowing Harry to attend Hogwarts when he turns 11. It was his parents' wish, and his name has been down since birth. That will be Harry's decision when the time comes, Apollon stated firmly. For now, he needs stability, healing, and a proper introduction to the magical world he's been denied. Of course, Dumbledore conceded. Perhaps we could discuss the protective wards now. The sooner they're established, the safer Harry will be. The conversation shifted to technical magical matters that Harry struggled to follow. Sebastian and Dumbledore discussed ward boundaries, anchor points, and magical resonances while Apollon occasionally interjected with questions about how the wards might interact with the property's existing protections. Throughout this discussion, Fleur remained at Harry's side, occasionally whispering explanations when she noticed his confusion. The bond between them hummed contentedly, as though pleased by their proximity. Finally, after nearly an hour of negotiations, terms were agreed upon. Dumbledore would cast the protective wards that afternoon, with Sebastian and the Delacour family ward master present to ensure everything was as specified. There is one more matter we should address, Dumbledore said as the discussion concluded. Harry's possessions and inheritance. The Potter family vault at Gringotts contains not only gold but family heirlooms and documents that rightfully belong to Harry. I have possessions? Harry asked, surprised for the second time by the concept. Indeed you do, quite extensive ones, Dumbledore confirmed. The Potters were an old and wealthy family. Everything was held in trust for you, to be accessed when you came of age or, in limited fashion, when you entered the magical world formally at 11. Given the change in circumstances, Sebastian said, access to certain items might be appropriate now. Family photographs, for instance, or books that might help Harry understand his heritage. I'll speak with the goblins, Dumbledore agreed. As Chief Warlock, I can authorize a limited inventory and transfer of personal items. The financial assets would remain in trust, of course. That seems reasonable, Apollon nodded. Harry should have connections to his family history. Speaking of family connections, Dumbledore added, there is the matter of Sirius Black. The name meant nothing to Harry, but he noticed how the Delacours tensed. What about him? Sebastian asked cautiously. He remains in Azkaban, Dumbledore said, and thus poses no threat to Harry. However, as he was named godfather in the Potter's will, there are certain magical connections that might still exist, dormant but potentially significant. Sirius Black? Harry asked. Who is that? The adults exchanged uncomfortable glances before Dumbledore answered. He was your father's best friend, Harry. They were as close as brothers. He was named your godfather when you were born. However. Dumbledore paused, choosing his words carefully. He was convicted of betraying your parents to Voldemort and is serving a life sentence in Azkaban, the wizarding prison. Harry felt as though he'd been punched in the stomach. My father's best friend betrayed them. He's the reason they're dead. That is what the evidence suggested, Dumbledore said, a curious note in his voice that Harry couldn't interpret. The magical godparent bond would normally have transferred guardianship to him in the event of your parents' deaths, but his crimes negated that right. Harry didn't know how to process this new information. Another connection to his parents, tainted by betrayal. Is there a reason you're bringing this up now? Apollon asked, her tone protective. Merely to ensure all parties are aware of the complete situation, Dumbledore replied. Magical bonds can be complex and unpredictable, especially when they overlap as they do in Harry's case. The meeting concluded shortly after, with arrangements made for Dumbledore to return that afternoon to establish the wards. As he prepared to leave, the headmaster paused before Harry. "May I have a brief word with you alone, Harry?" Harry glanced at Fleur, who seemed reluctant to leave his side. "It's okay," he assured her. "Just for a minute." When the others had withdrawn to a polite distance, Dumbledore knelt to bring himself to Harry's eye level. "I want to tell you again how truly sorry I am, Harry. I placed you with the Dursleys believing it was the safest option for you, but I failed to ensure you were properly treated. That failure is mine alone." Harry studied the old wizard's face, searching for sincerity. "Why didn't you ever visit? Even once?" "I feared my presence would draw attention to you from those who wished you harm. And perhaps—" Dumbledore hesitated, a flash of something like shame crossing his features. "Perhaps I also feared seeing James and Lily's son and being reminded of my failure to save them." The admission, unexpectedly personal, caught Harry off guard. You knew my parents well." "I did. They were exceptional people, brave, brilliant, and kind. You have your mother's eyes, you know. Exactly the same." "Everyone says I look like my dad," Harry said, the simple observation feeling profound somehow. "In every other respect, yes," Dumbledore smiled. "James would be strutting about proudly if he could see you now, and Lily would be—" His voice faltered momentarily. "Lily would be demanding explanations from me about those dreadful Dursleys, and rightly so. Do you really think Voldemort will come back?" Dumbledore's expression grew solemn. "I believe he will try. When he does, you will need to be prepared. That's why Fleur's protection is important, isn't it?" "Indeed. The guardian bond is powerful magic, perhaps even more so than I initially realized. Miss Delacour's connection to you may prove vital in ways we cannot yet foresee." Dumbledore rose, wincing slightly as his old knees straightened. "I shall see you again this afternoon, Harry. Until then, perhaps you might enjoy exploring your new home. It's quite a remarkable property." With that, Dumbledore rejoined the Delacours, exchanged formal goodbyes, and departed, leaving Harry with more questions than answers but a growing sense that, for perhaps the first time in his life, adults were actually telling him something close to the truth. The rest of the day passed in a whirlwind of activity. While Sebastian prepared for Dumbledore's return to establish the wards, Apollon took Harry, Fleur, and Gabrielle shopping in both Magical and Muggle-Can. The magical district, hidden behind an unassuming café near the famous Croisette, was unlike anything Harry could have imagined. Called Le Passage Étoile, the Starry Passage, it resembled a Mediterranean version of what he would later learn was Diagon Alley, narrow cobblestone streets lined with shops selling everything from wands to racing brooms, potions, ingredients to magical pets. First, clothing, Apollon declared, steering them toward an elegant boutique called Tissus Enchantés. The next hour was simultaneously fascinating and overwhelming for Harry. He stood awkwardly as a magical measuring tape took his dimensions, flitting around his body of its own accord while a fashionable witch with an impossibly thin wand directed it with precise gestures. "Le pauvre enfant," she murmured to Apollon, eyeing Harry's borrowed clothes. "So thin, but good bone structure. We will make him look proper, non." Harry emerged with more clothes than he'd ever imagined owning, everyday robes in various colors, Muggle-style clothing of the highest quality, formal wear, for special occasions, and accessories ranging from dragon-hide boots to a sun hat enchanted to stay cool in summer heat. "This is too much," he protested as Apollon authorized the substantial purchase without batting an eye. "Nonsense," she replied. Every child deserves proper clothing, Harry. Besides, consider it 7 years of missed birthday and Christmas presents all at once. From there, they visited a magical optician who tutored over Harry's broken glasses before fitting him with a new pair, lighter, more stylish, and enchanted to adjust slightly as his prescription changed. No more tape, the wizard promised with a wink. By the time they stopped for lunch at a charming restaurant overlooking the Mediterranean, Harry's head was spinning from all the new experiences. Fleur, noticing his overwhelmed expression, suggested they take a break from shopping to visit a small magical menagerie she knew of. You might like to see the different magical pets, she suggested. Maybe even find one of your own. I could have a pet? Harry asked, surprised. Of course, Apollon smiled. Most magical children do. It helps develop a sense of responsibility for magical creatures. The menagerie was tucked away on a side street, its exterior deceptively small while the interior stretched into a magically expanded space filled with creatures Harry had never imagined. Owls of all sizes peered down from perches near the ceiling, multicolored toads croaked in glass terrariums, and cats, some ordinary-looking, others with peculiar markings or extra tails, prowled through the store. More exotic creatures occupied specialized habitats, tiny dragon-like lizards that hiccuped sparks, rabbits that changed color according to their mood, and what appeared to be a miniature horse with a golden horn. Is that a unicorn? Harry whispered to Fleur. A unicorn foal, she corrected. They're silver when born, then golden as youngsters, and finally white as adults. They're rarely kept as pets, though. This one is probably being rehabilitated before returning to the wild. As they wandered through the shop, Harry found himself drawn to a quiet corner where several cages housed birds of various types. One in particular caught his eye, a medium-sized owl with mottled brown and white feathers and enormous amber eyes that seemed to follow his movements intelligently. That's a white-faced Scops owl, the shopkeeper explained, noticing Harry's interest. Uncommon in this region, but highly intelligent and excellent for mail delivery. Magical people use owls for mail? Harry asked Fleur. They're the primary method, she confirmed. They can find almost anyone, anywhere, and they're naturally magical, able to navigate in ways Muggle birds can't. The owl tilted its head, studying Harry with what seemed like consideration before giving a soft, musical hoot. I think she likes you, the shopkeeper said. Would you like to hold her? At Harry's nod, the man opened the cage and with practiced movements transferred the owl to a small wooden perch, which he then handed to Harry. The bird fluffed its feathers, settling comfortably and continuing to observe Harry with those intelligent amber eyes. Hello, Harry said softly. The owl blinked slowly in response. She needs a name, Fleur suggested. Harry thought for a moment, remembering a story from a book he'd once snuck from Dudley's second bedroom. Athena, he decided. The Greek goddess of wisdom. She had an owl. An excellent choice, Apollon approved. Shall we add her to our purchases? Harry nodded eagerly, a warm feeling spreading through him at the idea of having a pet of his own, a magical one, at that. The shopkeeper provided a handsome cage, treats, and care instructions, explaining that the owl could either stay in the cage or fly freely, as she would always be able to find her way back to Harry. Many wizards maintain an owl perch near their window, he suggested. Athena will appreciate the freedom to come and go. By the time they returned to Sapphire Shores, laden with packages that had been magically shrunk for convenient transport, Harry was exhausted but happier than he could ever remember being. Athena, who had been transported in her cage, was immediately released in Harry's room, where she explored her new surroundings with dignified curiosity before settling on the back of a chair near the balcony doors. Dumbledore had already arrived and was deep in conversation with Sebastian and an elderly wizard Harry didn't recognize, presumably the ward master. They stood in the gardens, occasionally pointing at various spots around the property and making complex wand movements that left shimmering traces in the air. They're establishing the ward boundaries, Fleur explained as they watched from Harry's balcony. The protective enchantments will cover the entire estate, including the beach below. Harry was struck by the amount of effort being expended to keep him safe. Do you really think Voldemort will try to find me? Fleur's expression turned serious. If Professor Dumbledore believes he's still out there, we should take the threat seriously. But you're safe here, Harry. Between the Guardian Bond, the estate's original protections, and these new wards, no one who wishes you harm can reach you. The ward casting continued until sunset, the three wizards working methodically around the property perimeter. Finally, as twilight deepened into dusk, they completed the enchantments with a synchronized wand movement that sent a dome of golden light expanding over the entire estate before fading from visible spectrum. Dinner that evening was a quieter affair than the previous night. Dumbledore had departed after completing the wards, promising to send information about Harry's inheritance once he'd spoken with Gringotts. The ward master, introduced as Monsieur Lumière, joined them briefly before also taking his leave. The protections are the strongest I've ever helped establish outside a major magical institution, Sebastian reported. Combined with the Guardian Bond and our existing family wards, Harry is now among the most well-protected individuals in magical Europe. Harry picked at his food, still processing everything that had happened over the past 2 days. Professor Dumbledore seemed surprised that the Dursleys treated me so badly, he said finally. Do you think he really didn't know? The Delacours exchanged glances. I believe he was genuinely shocked by the extent of their mistreatment, Apollon said carefully. However, I find it difficult to believe no one noticed anything amiss in all those years. Dumbledore sees the big picture, sometimes at the expense of individual details, Sebastian added. He was focused on keeping you safe from external threats and perhaps, overlooked the possibility that the threat could come from within your own home. Or perhaps, Fleur suggested, he knew it wasn't ideal but thought it was still the safest option. Harry considered this. He said something about blood protection from my mother's sacrifice. That it only worked with my mother's relatives. That's very ancient magic, Sebastian confirmed. Sacrifice protection is among the most powerful forms of magical defense. It's possible Dumbledore believed that protection outweighed all other concerns. Well, it doesn't matter now, Apollon declared firmly. You're here, you're safe, and you're part of our family. The past cannot be changed, but the future is ours to shape. That night, as Harry prepared for bed in his new room, surrounded by new possessions and with Athena watching from her perch by the window, he felt a cautious sense of hope blooming within him. For the first time in his memory, he felt safe, wanted, and perhaps even, loved. A soft knock at the connecting door interrupted his thoughts. Fleur entered, already in her nightgown with her silver hair braided for sleep. I wanted to check if you need anything before bed, she said, sitting on the edge of his bed. I think I have everything now, Harry replied, gesturing to the room filled with his new belongings. More than I've ever had, actually. Fleur studied him thoughtfully. It's not just about things, though, is it? It's about belonging. Harry nodded, surprised and touched by her perception. I never belonged with the Dursleys. They made sure I knew it every day. You belong here now, Fleur said simply. With us. I can feel it through the bond, like a puzzle piece clicking into place. I feel it too, Harry admitted. It's warm. Like sunshine inside. Fleur smiled. That's a good description. Madame Etoile said the bond will continue to develop as we grow. We'll be able to sense each other's emotions more clearly, maybe even share thoughts eventually. Really? Harry was both fascinated and slightly alarmed by the prospect. Can all guardian bonds do that? According to the books my father found, it varies. Some bonds develop more fully than others, depending on the strength of the initial connection and the compatibility of the individuals involved. Fleur hesitated. Our bond seems particularly strong already. Madame Etoile was quite surprised. Is that good or bad? Good, I think. It means I can protect you better. She reached out, touching his hand lightly. I promise I will, Harry. No one will hurt you again. The fierce protectiveness in her voice made Harry smile. "I believe you." After Fleur left, Harry climbed into bed, the events of the past 2 days swirling in his mind. From prisoner to protected, from unwanted to cherished, his entire world had transformed because one determined girl had followed a magical thread to find him. As he drifted toward sleep, Harry wondered what his parents would think of this development. Would they approve of his new guardians? Would they be happy he was finally safe and cared for? Somewhere between waking and dreaming, he could almost hear his mother's voice, though he couldn't recall if it was memory or imagination. "My brave boy. My love will always protect you." The days turned into weeks, and Harry settled into life at Sapphire Shores with surprising ease. Each morning, he woke to sunlight streaming through his windows and the distant sound of the Mediterranean, so different from the darkness of his cupboard and Aunt Petunia's shrill voice that sometimes he still pinched himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Sebastian had arranged a structured schedule for Harry's education, recognizing that his Muggle schooling had been neglected and he knew nothing of magical subjects. Mornings were devoted to conventional studies, mathematics, literature, history, and science, taught by a tutor named Madame Rosier who came to the house 3 times a week. She was a retired Beauxbatons professor who specialized in integrating Muggle and magical education, and she quickly identified both Harry's educational gaps and his natural talents. "You have excellent instincts for practical problem solving," she told him after a particularly successful mathematics lesson. "But your reading comprehension needs work. I suspect your previous schooling didn't encourage you to excel." Harry nodded, remembering how the Dursleys had punished him when he brought home better marks than Dudley. "I learned it was safer to hold back." Madame Rosier's expression had darkened momentarily before she patted his hand. "Well, there's no need to hold back anymore, mon cher. Here, we want you to shine as brightly as you can." Afternoons were reserved for magical education, not spell work yet, as Harry didn't have a wand, but theory, history, and the foundations that would prepare him for formal magical training when he turned 11. These lessons were taught by various members of the Delacour family. Apollon instructed him in magical etiquette and traditions, explaining the complex social structures of wizarding society in both Britain and France. Sebastian covered magical history and politics, making dry subjects fascinating with his animated storytelling and first-hand anecdotes from his diplomatic career. And Fleur. Fleur was constantly by his side, explaining magical concepts from a child's perspective, helping him navigate cultural differences, and gradually teaching him French. Their bond continued to strengthen, allowing them to sense each other's general emotional states even when separated. "You're frustrated," Fleur would say, finding Harry struggling with a particularly difficult French verb conjugation. Or Harry would appear at her door with hot chocolate, somehow knowing she was feeling melancholy after a letter from a Beauxbatons friend mentioned activities she was missing. Gabrielle, too, had taken to Harry with enthusiasm, appointing herself his assistant French teacher, and correcting his pronunciation with the unapologetic directness of a 7-year-old. She delighted in showing him her favorite hiding spots around the estate and introducing him to magical games like Exploding Snap and Gobstones. About a month after Harry's arrival, an official-looking owl arrived during breakfast, bearing a heavy envelope sealed with the Gringotts crest. Sebastian opened it, scanning the contents quickly before passing several documents to Harry. "It seems Professor Dumbledore has arranged for you to receive some family items from your vault," he explained. "The goblins have prepared an inventory for your approval." Harry examined the list with growing excitement. According to the document, his parents had left far more than just gold. The vault contained family photo albums, journals kept by both James and Lily Potter, magical heirlooms including an invisibility cloak that had allegedly been passed down through generations of Potters, and numerous other personal effects. "Can I see these things?" Harry asked eagerly. "Of course," Sebastian assured him. "We can arrange a visit to Gringotts in Paris next week." The British and French branches maintain connected vault systems for international clients. True to his word, Sebastian took Harry to the Parisian branch of Gringotts the following week. The bank was an impressive building of white marble, though not as large as its London counterpart. Inside, Goblins worked at high counters while witches and wizards conducted their business in multiple languages. After presenting the appropriate documentation and undergoing several magical identity verifications, Harry was escorted to a viewing room where selected items from his family vault had been transferred. Sebastian waited outside, giving Harry privacy for this deeply personal moment. The first item Harry examined was a leather-bound photo album. Opening it with trembling hands, he found himself looking at his parents' wedding day. James Potter stood tall in formal dress robes, his unruly hair, so like Harry's own, resisting all attempts at neatness. Beside him, Lily Evans Potter was radiant in white robes accented with silver, her red hair crowned with flowers, green eyes, Harry's eyes, shining with happiness. They waved at the camera, laughed, kissed, and danced in an endless loop of magical photographs. Tears splashed onto the protective covering as Harry turned page after page, witnessing moments from his parents' lives that he'd never known existed. There were photos of them with friends, a younger Sirius Black appearing frequently, his handsome face always laughing, and later, pictures of a baby Harry being cradled, bathed, and played with. In every image with Harry, his parents' love was palpable, shining from their eyes and evident in every gentle touch. Setting the album aside, Harry next examined a small wooden box containing letters exchanged between his parents during a period when James had been away on some mission related to the war effort. Lily's flowing handwriting and James's more untidy scrawl revealed their personalities, hopes, fears, and unwavering devotion to each other. Finally, Harry reached for the most intriguing item, a fluid, silvery fabric folded carefully in a protective case. The invisibility cloak, according to the inventory, had been a Potter family heirloom for generations. As he touched it, the fabric seemed to flow like water between his fingers, impossibly light yet somehow substantial. There was a note attached in handwriting he didn't recognize: "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very happy Christmas to you." The note was unsigned, but Harry suspected it came from Dumbledore. The headmaster had mentioned retrieving personal items from the vault, after all. After several hours of examining these treasures from his past, Harry carefully selected what he wished to take with him immediately: the photo album, a small jewelry box containing his mother's favorite necklace, according to the inventory, and the invisibility cloak. The remaining items would stay in the vault for future visits. When he emerged from the viewing room, red-eyed but smiling, Sebastian asked no questions. He simply placed a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder and guided him back to the main lobby, where they completed the necessary paperwork before returning to Sapphire Shores. That evening, Harry shared the photo album with the Delacours, who gathered around him on the terrace as the setting sun painted the Mediterranean gold and crimson. "Your mother was beautiful," Apollon observed as Harry turned the pages slowly. "You have her eyes exactly," Gabrielle added, peering closely at a close-up of Lily. "And your father's hair, poor child," Fleur teased gently, ruffling Harry's perpetually messy locks. As they looked through the photos together, Harry felt something he'd never experienced before, a sense of continuity, of belonging to something larger than himself. The Dursleys had tried to erase his past, to deny his heritage. But here it was, preserved in these magical images, connecting him to the parents who had loved him so fiercely they had died to protect him. "They would be proud of you, Harry," Sebastian said quietly as they reached the end of the album. "Not because of your fame or what happened when you were a baby, but because of who you are becoming." Harry nodded, unable to speak past the lump in his throat. For the first time, he felt he was truly beginning to know James and Lily Potter, not as the sainted martyrs of wizarding history, nor as the worthless drunks of the Dursleys' lies, but as real people who had lived and loved and left their mark on the world, most importantly through their son. Later that night, after everyone had gone to bed, Harry sat on his balcony, watching the moonlight play across the water and thinking about everything that had happened since Fleur had appeared in the Dursleys' garden just 6 weeks earlier. His entire life had been transformed, from neglected prisoner to cherished family member, from ignorant of his heritage to beginning to understand his place in the magical world. A soft knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Harry? Are you still awake?" Fleur entered, wrapped in a light dressing gown. I could feel you were. I'm not sure exactly. Not sad, but pensive. Harry smiled at how the bond continued to surprise them. I was just thinking about everything. How different things are now. How much I've learned. Fleur joined him on the balcony, leaning against the railing. It's a lot to take in. Are you happy here, Harry? Truly. Happier than I've ever been, he answered without hesitation. Sometimes I worry I'll wake up back in my cupboard and all this will have been a dream. It's not a dream, Fleur assured him, her hand covering his on the railing. The bond proves it. Dreams don't last, but this, she tapped her chest where the warm glow of their connection resided, this is forever. Forever is a long time, Harry said, the concept both comforting and overwhelming. That's what eternal guardian means, Fleur said with a small smile. I'm stuck with you, Harry Potter. The teasing tone made him laugh. Poor you. I think I'll manage, she replied, bumping his shoulder gently with hers. Besides, it goes both ways. You're stuck with me too, with all of us, really. The Delacours aren't an easy family to escape. I wouldn't want to escape, Harry said honestly. This is the first place that's ever felt like home. They stood in comfortable silence for a while, watching the stars reflect on the dark water below. Finally, Fleur spoke again, her voice quieter. Harry, there's something I've been meaning to ask. When we were at Gringotts, did they mention anything about Sirius Black? Harry turned to her, surprised by the question. No, why would they? I've been doing some research on guardian bonds and inheritance magic. According to what I've found, a godfather bond, especially one formed with the ritual my father thinks your parents would have used for someone like Sirius Black, creates magical connections that should still exist. I'm just curious if the goblins detected anything. They didn't say anything, Harry replied. But I didn't specifically ask either. Why are you interested in Black? He betrayed my parents. Fleur hesitated. That's what they say, yes. But I've been reading about his case, and something seems off. He was James Potter's best friend, like brothers, according to everyone. He was known to adore you as a baby. And then he suddenly betrays everyone he loves to Voldemort. Without any prior indication of dark leanings. People can hide their true nature, Harry pointed out, thinking of how the Dursleys had presented a perfect, normal facade to the outside world while abusing him behind closed doors. True, Fleur acknowledged. But there are other strange elements. He was sent to Azkaban without a trial, did you know that? It's in the records. In all the chaos after Voldemort's fall, certain legal procedures were expedited. No trial at all. Harry frowned. That doesn't seem right, even if they thought he was guilty. Exactly. And then there's the matter of the actual betrayal. Your parents were hidden under something called the Fidelius Charm, an extremely powerful concealment spell that relies on a secret keeper. Supposedly Black was that secret keeper, which is why they're certain he betrayed your parents to Voldemort. And you don't think he was? Fleur shrugged. I don't know. But I think there are questions worth asking. The timing of this revelation about Black seems strange. Why would Dumbledore bring him up now, after all these years? Harry considered this. Do you think he was trying to warn us about something? Maybe. Or maybe he was testing to see what we know. Fleur leaned closer, her voice dropping. Harry, what if Black wasn't the secret keeper? What if someone else betrayed your parents, and Black was framed somehow? The suggestion was startling. But if that were true, wouldn't someone have noticed? Dumbledore, or the Ministry, or... Not if they didn't want to notice, Fleur said darkly. The wizarding world needed closure after Voldemort's fall. They needed someone to blame. Black was convenient. This is all just speculation, though, Harry pointed out, though the seed of doubt had been planted in his mind. Of course, Fleur agreed. I'm not saying he's innocent. I'm just saying there might be more to the story than what we've been told. Maybe next time we visit Gringotts, you could ask if there's any information about the godfather bond in your family records. Harry nodded, the mystery of Sirius Black adding yet another layer of complexity to his already complicated heritage. I will. Thanks for telling me what you found. That's what guardians do, Fleur said with a smile, squeezing his hand. We look out for possibilities others might miss. As they said goodnight and Fleur returned to her own room, Harry found himself contemplating this new idea. Could his parents' best friend, his own godfather, have been wrongfully imprisoned? And if so, what did that mean for Harry? The question would have to wait for another day. For now, Harry was content with the family he had found, or rather, the family that had found him, here at Sapphire Shores. The following week settled into a pleasant routine. Harry's education continued, his French improved rapidly, and his understanding of the magical world grew daily. Sebastian arranged for a magical healer to visit the estate, ostensibly for a routine checkup but primarily to assess any lingering effects from Harry's years of neglect with the Dursleys. Young Mr. Potter shows signs of previous malnutrition and some poorly healed minor injuries. The healer, a kindly witch named Madame Fournier, reported to Sebastian and Apollon while Harry waited anxiously nearby. However, his magic has been compensating admirably, as often happens with magical children. With proper nutrition and care, which he is clearly receiving now, most of the physical effects should resolve themselves over time. And the emotional impact? Apollon asked quietly, though not quietly enough that Harry couldn't hear. Madame Fournier's expression softened. That may take longer to heal. But children are remarkably resilient, especially when surrounded by love and stability. She prescribed a regimen of nutritional potions to help Harry catch up on years of inadequate diet, along with exercises to strengthen his previously untreated injuries. And plenty of sunshine, fresh air, and normal childhood activities, she added with a smile. Being a child is the best medicine for overcoming a difficult childhood. Following this advice, the Delacours made sure Harry's days included not just education but ample time for play, exploration, and simply enjoying his new surroundings. Fleur taught him to swim in the cove below the house, a skill the Dursleys had never bothered to provide. Gabrielle introduced him to magical children's games and insisted he join her expeditions to hunt for the fairy folk who inhabited the orchard. Sebastian, discovering Harry's interest in flying from the photos of James Potter on a broomstick, purchased a training broom and began teaching him the basics of magical flight. To everyone's surprise, including his own, Harry took to flying as naturally as breathing. Within weeks, he was zooming around the estate's private Quidditch pitch, a feature Harry hadn't even realized existed until Sebastian mentioned it casually over breakfast one morning, performing dives and turns that made Apollon both proud and nervous. He flies like James, she remarked to Sebastian as they watched Harry practice one evening. It's in his blood. Not everything was perfect, of course. Harry still had nightmares occasionally, waking in panic believing he was back in his cupboard. On those nights, Fleur would appear at his door moments later, alerted by the bond, and sit with him until he could sleep again. Sometimes Gabrielle would join them, bringing her favorite stuffed dragon and solemnly informing Harry that François keeps the bad dreams away. There were also practical matters to address. The British Ministry of Magic had formally requested Harry's return to Britain, citing concerns about the boy who lived being raised abroad. Sebastian, drawing on his diplomatic experience and the incontestable legal standing of the Guardian Bond, had firmly refused. International magical law is clear on this matter, he wrote in his response. The Veela Guardian Bond takes precedence over national interests. Harry Potter will remain with us in France, where his safety and well-being are assured. The issue wasn't fully resolved. British magical authorities continued to send increasingly pointed requests for at least regular visits and monitoring, but Sebastian's position in the French ministry and his expertise in international magical law kept them at bay for the time being. Then there was the matter of Harry's magical education. Though he wouldn't be eligible for a school like Beauxbatons or Hogwarts until he turned 11, the question of which he would eventually attend loomed on the horizon. Bows batons would be the logical choice, Sebastian observed during a family dinner approximately 3 months after Harry's arrival. You'll be fluent in French by then, and attending the same school as Fleur would maintain proximity for the guardian bond. But Hogwarts was my parents' school, Harry pointed out. And Professor Dumbledore said they wanted me to go there. Both schools have their advantages, Apollon acknowledged. Bows batons excels in charms, transfiguration, and traditional magical arts. Hogwarts is known for its defense against the dark arts program and practical magical applications. You don't need to decide now, Fleur assured Harry, sensing his conflicted feelings through their bond. We have years to consider the options. As autumn arrived, bringing cooler temperatures and spectacular sunsets over the Mediterranean, Harry's confidence and happiness continued to grow. The skinny, frightened boy from Privet Drive was transforming into a healthy, curious child with a growing understanding of his place in the magical world. It was during this peaceful period, just as Harry was beginning to feel truly secure in his new life, that the first sign of external threats appeared. The incident occurred on a crisp October morning. Harry and Fleur were in the maze garden, practicing a wandless meditation exercise that Madame Etoile had recommended to help them explore their bond. Seated cross-legged on a stone bench at the maze's center, their knees touching, they had closed their eyes and focused on the warm glow that connected them. According to Madame Etoile, with practice, they might be able to communicate simple emotions or sensations intentionally, rather than the passive awareness they currently shared. Remember, Fleur instructed, don't try to send words. Just focus on a feeling and direct it toward the bond. Harry nodded, eyes still closed, concentrating on the sensation of gratitude he wanted to share. He had been trying for several minutes without success when a strange prickling sensation crawled up his spine. His eyes snapped open. Did you feel that? Fleur, too, had tensed. Yes. Something's wrong. Before either could move, the air around them shimmered, and the protective wards that Dumbledore had established began to glow with a pulsing red light. An alarm, melodic but insistent, sounded throughout the estate. The wards have been triggered, Fleur said, rising quickly and pulling Harry to his feet. Someone is trying to break through. They rushed from the maze, heading toward the house where they could see Sebastian and 2 other wizards, members of the estate's security staff, hurrying toward the main gates. Stay inside. Sebastian called when he spotted them. Get to the safe room with your mother and Gabrielle. The safe room was a specially warded chamber at the center of the house, designed as a final retreat in case of attack. Harry had been shown its location during his first week at Sapphire Shores but had never imagined it would actually be needed. Apollon was already there with Gabrielle, whose usual exuberance had been replaced by wide-eyed fear. What's happening? She asked as Harry and Fleur entered. Someone's testing the wards, Fleur explained, her voice calmer than her emotions, which Harry could feel churning through their bond. Father and the security team are investigating. Apollon nodded grimly, her wand already in hand. Though normally the picture of elegant composure, she now radiated a dangerous intensity that reminded Harry that she, too, was part Veela, and fierce in defense of her family. The wards will hold, she assured them, pulling Gabrielle closer. They're among the strongest in Europe, especially since Dumbledore reinforced them. Harry's scar gave a sudden, unexpected twinge, not quite pain, but a sensation he'd never experienced before. He pressed his hand to his forehead. What is it? Fleur asked immediately, the bond alerting her to his discomfort. Nothing, Harry began, but was interrupted as the door to the safe room opened and Sebastian entered, his expression grave. The threat has been neutralized, he announced. But I'm afraid this wasn't a random attack. Who was it? Apollon demanded. Not who, what, Sebastian corrected. Some form of magical probe, attempting to locate Harry specifically. The wards detected and destroyed it, but it was sophisticated. Dark magic. Death Eaters? Apollon asked, naming the followers of Voldemort who had terrorized wizarding Britain during the war. Possibly, Sebastian conceded. Or someone else who wants to find the boy who lived. Either way, this confirms Dumbledore's concerns. There are still those who wish Harry harm. All eyes turned to Harry, who stood straighter despite the fear crawling through his veins. What do we do now? We adapt, Sebastian said firmly. Increase security, review emergency protocols, and continue with your education, including more emphasis on defensive magic. This is precisely why the Guardian Bond formed, Harry. To protect you during times of danger. Fleur moved to stand beside Harry, her chin raised in determination. I won't let anything happen to him. Despite her young age, there was something in Fleur's demeanor that made even the adults in the room take her seriously. The silvery glow of Veela magic shimmered briefly around her before subsiding. Of course not, Sebastian agreed. But neither will you face such responsibility alone. We are family now, all of us. We protect each other. Later that evening, after increased security measures had been implemented and Gabrielle had finally been convinced to go to bed, Harry sat with Fleur on his balcony, looking out at the star-strewn sky over the Mediterranean. I'm sorry, he said quietly. Fleur turned to him, surprised. For what? For bringing danger to your home. To your family. Don't be ridiculous, Fleur said firmly. You didn't bring the danger, Harry. It was already targeting you. The difference is that now you have us to face it with you. Harry nodded, grateful beyond words for her unwavering support. Do you think it was really Death Eaters? After all this time? Many of Voldemort's followers escaped punishment after his fall, Fleur replied. Some claimed they were under mind control, others bribed their way to freedom. My father says there are still those who believe Voldemort will return and want to curry favor by bringing him, well, you. The thought sent a chill through Harry, despite the mild evening air. Dumbledore believes it too, that Voldemort will return somehow. All the more reason for you to be here, protected and prepared. Fleur's hand found his, squeezing gently. Besides, we're already a step ahead of them. They're looking for Harry Potter, the helpless orphan they think is hidden away somewhere in Britain. They have no idea they're dealing with Harry Potter Delacour, who has a fierce Veela guardian and a family of powerful wizards protecting him. The addition of Delacour to his name, something Fleur had done casually, perhaps without even realizing it, filled Harry with warmth that temporarily chased away his fear. She was right. He wasn't alone anymore. Potter Delacour, he repeated softly. I like the sound of that. Fleur smiled, the starlight catching in her silvery hair. So do I. It means you belong here, with us. Whatever comes, we'll face it together. As they sat in companionable silence, watching the stars wheel overhead, Harry felt the guardian bond between them pulse with renewed strength. The threat that had triggered the wards today was surely just the beginning, the first ripple in what would become a wave of challenges as Voldemort's followers, and perhaps the Dark Lord himself, sought to find the boy who lived. But for the first time in his life, Harry didn't face such dangers alone. He had Fleur, his guardian, his friend, his family. He had the Delacours, who had taken him in without hesitation and defended him with the fierceness of true parents. And he had, at last, a home worth fighting for. Whatever darkness approached on the horizon, Harry Potter Delacour would meet it with light, the light of the silver thread that had led Fleur to him that summer morning, changing both their destinies forever. Chapter 3, Flames of Destiny. The Mediterranean sun cast long golden rays across the private beach of sapphire shores as Harry Potter Delacour executed a perfect diving roll, narrowly avoiding the jet of harmless training magic that Fleur had sent his way. He came up smiling, wand at the ready, green eyes bright with concentration behind his glasses. Too slow, he called in flawless French, the language now as natural to him as English after a year in France. Fleur laughed, her silver blonde hair catching the late afternoon light as she adjusted her stance. At 11, nearly 12, she had grown taller over the past year, her Veela heritage becoming more evident in her graceful movements and the occasional shimmer of silver magic that manifested when her emotions ran high. We'll see about that, she replied, executing a complex wand movement that sent 3 separate streams of magic curving toward Harry from different angles. Harry didn't panic. Instead, he called upon the lessons of the past year, creating a modified shield charm that deflected 2 of the streams while he physically dodged the third. His magic had grown considerably under the Delacour's tutelage, fueled by confidence and proper training that had been denied him at the Dursleys. "Excellent," called Sebastian Delacour from where he observed the training session. "Harry, your reflexes have improved dramatically." Fleur, creative use of multidirectional casting. The 2 children lowered their wands, breathing hard but grinning with the satisfaction of a good workout. What had begun as basic defensive training after the ward breach incident had evolved into a comprehensive education in magical combat and protection, skills Sebastian insisted were necessary given the persistent threats that seemed to circle Harry like distant wolves. "That's enough for today," Sebastian decided, checking his watch. "We have guests arriving in 2 hours, and your mother will have my head if you're not properly cleaned up and dressed." Harry and Fleur exchanged glances, the now familiar warmth of their bond humming between them. Over the past year, they'd learned to communicate simple concepts without words, a development Madame Etoile had predicted but which still occasionally surprised them with its effectiveness. "Nervous?" Fleur's questioning feeling pulsed through the bond. Harry gave a slight nod. "A little," his response echoed back. The guests Sebastian referred to were representatives from the British Ministry of Magic, including someone from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and, more worryingly, a member of the Wiesengemot. The official purpose was a routine check on Harry's welfare, but everyone at Sapphire Shores understood the visit had deeper implications. "Don't worry," Sebastian said, noting Harry's expression as they walked back to the house. "This is a diplomatic formality, nothing more. The Guardian Bond's legal standing is unassailable." "Then why do they keep pushing?" Harry asked. After a year of relative peace, interrupted only by occasional probes at the wards that were quickly neutralized, the British ministry had suddenly renewed its interest in the boy who lived. Sebastian's expression turned thoughtful. "Politics, primarily. Your status in Britain remains significant, Harry. There are those who believe that savior of the wizarding world should be raised on British soil, under British influence. I'm not going back," Harry stated firmly. The skinny, frightened 7-year-old from Privet Drive had grown into a confident, healthy 8-year-old who knew his own mind. "This is my home now. And so it shall remain," Sebastian assured him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Tonight is merely about maintaining diplomatic relations while firmly establishing boundaries. A skill you'll need in the future, I imagine." As they reached the terrace doors leading into the main house, Gabrielle came bounding out to meet them, her silver blonde hair bouncing with each step. At 8 years old, she had appointed herself Harry's unofficial sister and constant companion whenever Fleur was occupied with her more advanced studies. "Harry. Maman says you need to wear the blue formal robes tonight, not the green ones." She wrinkled her nose. "And I have to wear a dress with itchy lace, which is completely unfair." "The sacrifices we make for diplomacy," Harry said solemnly, making Gabrielle giggle. He had discovered over the past year that he had inherited his father's talent for humor, particularly when it came to cheering up his adopted little sister. "Go on, both of you," Sebastian urged, shooing all 3 children toward the house. "Bath, proper attire, and perhaps review those British formal greetings Apollon taught you. I want our guests to find no fault in your manners, even as we stand firm on the larger issue." Upstairs, Harry found the formal robes laid out on his bed, midnight blue with silver trim that subtly matched the Delacour family colors. After a quick shower to wash away the sand and sweat from training, he dressed carefully, making a valiant attempt to tame his perpetually unruly black hair. Athena watched from her perch near the window, her amber eyes following his movements with what Harry had come to recognize as avian amusement. She had grown into a magnificent owl over the past year, carrying Harry's correspondence with the dignified bearing of a royal courier. "Easy for you to laugh," he told her as another attempt at hair-smoothing failed. "You were born elegant." A knock at the connecting door heralded Fleur's arrival. She wore formal robes of pale blue silk, her silver hair arranged in an elegant twist that made her look older than her nearly 12 years. "Need help?" she asked, gesturing to his hair. "Is it that hopeless?" Harry grimaced at his reflection. "It's very." "Potter," Fleur replied diplomatically, coming to stand behind him. "Here, let me try." She removed a small vial from her pocket, dispensing a few drops of pearlescent liquid into her palm before working it through Harry's hair. Under her ministrations, the unruly strands didn't exactly lie flat, but the overall effect became more deliberately tousled than chaotic. "Better," she declared, stepping back to assess her work. "Not perfect, but my mother says it's a lost cause without serious magic, which would be silly for a formal dinner." "Thanks," Harry said dryly. "Always good to have my hair's hopelessness confirmed by multiple Delacours." Fleur laughed, the sound like silver bells. "It's charming, really. Very you." Her sincerity flowed through their bond, warming Harry from within. That was the thing about Fleur, even her teasing was kind, always making him feel valued rather than mocked as the Dursleys had done. "Are you ready for tonight?" she asked, turning serious. "They'll probably try to separate us at some point, to speak with you alone." "I won't let them," Harry assured her. "And even if they did manage it somehow, I know what to say. This is my home, you are my guardian, and no one can change that without my consent." "Which they'll never have," Fleur added fiercely. Harry smiled at her protectiveness, which hadn't diminished despite the relative safety of the past year. If anything, as their bond had grown stronger and their magical training more advanced, Fleur had become even more determined in her role as guardian. "Come on," he said, offering his arm in the formal manner Apollon had taught him. "Let's go face the British invasion together." The visitors arrived precisely at 7 o'clock, the estate's magical boundary announcing their presence with a melodic chime. The Delacour family assembled in the formal receiving room, presenting a united front as Tippy the house elf showed in their guests. There were 3 of them, a stern-looking witch in formal black robes with the insignia of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, an elderly wizard whose purple robes and silver medallion identified him as a member of the Wizengamot, and, to Harry's surprise, Professor Dumbledore. Madame Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Sebastian greeted the witch with a formal bow. Lord Tiberius Ogden of the Wizengamot. And Professor Dumbledore, an unexpected addition to our gathering. "I hope you don't mind," Dumbledore said pleasantly, though his blue eyes were sharp as they settled on Harry. "When I heard about this diplomatic visit, I thought my presence might facilitate communication between all parties." "Of course," Sebastian replied smoothly. "You are always welcome at Sapphire Shores, Professor. May I present my family? My wife, Apollon, my daughters, Fleur and Gabrielle, and Harry Potter Delacour." Harry noted the slight widening of Madame Bones' eyes at the hyphenated surname, though she recovered quickly. "Mr. Potter," she acknowledged with a nod. "You appear to be in good health." "Thank you, Madame Bones," Harry replied in the perfect English accent he maintained when speaking his native language. "I'm very well indeed." "Quite a change from when I last saw you," Dumbledore observed quietly. "You've grown, Harry." Harry met the headmaster's gaze steadily. "It's amazing what proper care and affection can accomplish, Professor." If Dumbledore was bothered by the subtle rebuke, he didn't show it. Instead, he smiled benignly. "Indeed it is, my boy. Indeed it is." Apollon stepped forward graciously. "Perhaps we might continue our conversation over dinner. Our chef has prepared a meal that I hope will please both British and French palates." The dining room had been arranged for formal entertaining, with the finest silverware and crystal adorning a table set before the panoramic windows overlooking the Mediterranean. The seating, Harry noticed, had been carefully planned. He was between Fleur and Apollon, with Gabrielle directly across from him, creating a protective formation of Delacours. Conversation during the first course remained pleasantly superficial, comments on the excellent food, observations about the beautiful setting of Sapphire Shores, and polite inquiries about everyone's health. It wasn't until the main course was served that Madame Bones turned the discussion to its true purpose. "Mr. Potter," she began, "the Ministry has been concerned about your extended absence from Britain. As you know, you occupy a special place in our society." "I'm aware of my history, Madame Bones," Harry replied. "Though I've learned much more about it here than I ever did from my former guardians." "Yes, well, the circumstances of your placement with the Dursleys are regrettable," she acknowledged. "However, the question now is about your future. The Wisengamot believes your education and upbringing should include significant time in your homeland." "With respect, Madame Bones," Sebastian interjected, "Harry's legal residence is established here through the Veela Guardian Bond, recognized by the International Confederation of Wizards. His future educational choices remain open, but his home is with us." Lord Ogden cleared his throat. "The Wisengamot recognizes the technical legal standing of the Guardian Bond, Monsieur Delacour. However, there are considerations beyond mere legality. The boy's cultural heritage, his eventual responsibilities to British magical society. I wasn't aware I had responsibilities to a society that left me in an abusive home for 7 years, Harry interrupted, his voice calm but firm. The year with the Delacours had taught him not just magic but confidence and self-worth. A tense silence followed his words. Madame Bones had the grace to look discomfited, while Lord Ogden's expression hardened. "Perhaps I might offer a perspective," Dumbledore said, his gentle voice somehow claiming everyone's attention. "Harry's welfare must be our primary concern. It is evident that he has flourished here with the Delacours. The guardian bond between him and young Miss Delacour appears strong and beneficial." Harry exchanged a surprised glance with Fleur. Dumbledore's support was unexpected. "However," the headmaster continued, "I also understand the Ministry's concerns about maintaining Harry's connection to Britain. Perhaps a compromise might be reached. Regular visits, cultural education, preparation for his eventual return to attend Hogwarts." "Who says I'll attend Hogwarts?" Harry asked, though not rudely. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "Your name has been down since birth, Harry. It was your parents' expectation." "And Fleur will attend Beauxbatons next year," Harry countered. "The guardian bond works best when we're not separated by great distances." "That is a consideration for the future," Sebastian said diplomatically. "For now, let us focus on the immediate question. Harry will maintain his residence here at Sapphire Shores. However," he raised a hand as Lord Ogden began to object, "we are not opposed to arranged visits to Britain for cultural education, provided they are brief and properly secured." "Define brief," Madame Bones said. "A week at most, no more than quarterly," Apollon replied promptly. "With at least one member of our family accompanying Harry at all times." "And what of magical education?" Lord Ogden pressed. "The boy should be learning British magical traditions and practices. Harry receives a comprehensive magical education here," Fleur spoke up for the first time, her accent more pronounced than usual due to her agitation. "Theory, practical applications, history, both French and British. Miss Delacour," Madame Bones addressed Fleur directly, "you understand that your guardian bond with Mr. Potter places extraordinary responsibility on your young shoulders. There are those in the Ministry who question whether an 11-year-old witch, not even fully trained, can provide adequate protection for the boy who lived." Silver fire flickered momentarily in Fleur's eyes, a manifestation of her Veela heritage responding to the perceived challenge. "I have provided more protection in 1 year than British authorities managed in 7, she said, her voice carrying a hint of that otherworldly resonance Harry had first heard at the Dursleys. "The bond would not have formed if my magic wasn't sufficient." "Fleur," Apollon murmured, a gentle warning to moderate her tone. "My daughter speaks from the heart," Sebastian said smoothly, "but she is not wrong. The guardian bond is ancient magic that forms only when truly needed and only when the guardian's magic is capable of fulfilling the role. Furthermore, Fleur does not stand alone. Our entire family, our home, and the considerable magical protections we've established all serve to keep Harry safe." "Which brings me to another concern," Madame Bones said. The attempt to breach your wards last October was not an isolated incident. There have been other signs of dark activity in Britain, former Death Eaters growing bolder, whispers of movements in Albania where some believe you know whose spirit fled. Voldemort, Harry said clearly, causing Lord Ogden to flinch visibly. If we're going to discuss the wizard who murdered my parents, let's use his chosen name. Well said, Harry, Dumbledore approved, a twinkle in his eye. Fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself. Whatever we call him, Madame Bones continued, the point remains that there are indications of growing danger. The Ministry believes Harry would be safer in Britain, where our Aurors could provide proper protection. Like they protected my parents? Harry asked quietly. Another uncomfortable silence fell over the table. Gabrielle, who had been remarkably well-behaved throughout the tense conversation, reached across to pat Harry's hand in a gesture of solidarity that nearly made him smile despite the serious moment. We appreciate the Ministry's concern, Sebastian said after a moment. And we do not dismiss the potential threats. However, I must point out that the wards at Sapphire Shores have successfully repelled every attempt at intrusion. Our security team includes former Aurors from both the French and British ministries. And most importantly, Harry is thriving here. Perhaps, Dumbledore suggested, we might defer the larger questions of permanent residence and future schooling. For now, Monsieur Delacour's proposal of occasional cultural visits to Britain seems a reasonable compromise. Madame Bones and Lord Ogden exchanged glances, conducting a silent negotiation before the witch nodded. We can accept those terms for the present, with the understanding that the arrangement will be reviewed annually. Agreed, Sebastian said, though Harry could tell from his tone that he considered this a minor concession rather than a true compromise of their position. As the tension eased, the conversation turned to more specific arrangements for Harry's first visit to magical Britain, tentatively scheduled for the Christmas holidays. Plans were discussed for a secure stay at a magical property in London, visits to significant cultural locations, and meetings with certain approved individuals who had known his parents. Through it all, Harry remained alert but largely quiet, observing the adult negotiation while maintaining steady contact with Fleur through their bond. The warm reassurance flowing between them kept him centered, even when Lord Ogden made thinly veiled implications about foreign influence potentially alienating Harry from his natural heritage. After dinner, while coffee and dessert were being served in the formal sitting room, Dumbledore managed to maneuver Harry toward a quiet corner, ostensibly to examine a magical artifact displayed on a side table. An interesting device, the headmaster commented, gesturing to what appeared to be a silver astrolabe with constantly moving parts. A Delacour family heirloom, I believe. Yes, Harry confirmed, wary but not hostile. It maps magical currents rather than stars. Sebastian says it's been in the family for 12 generations. Fascinating. Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled behind his half-moon spectacles. Harry, I wanted a private word to tell you how truly pleased I am to see you flourishing here. The transformation from the boy I met a year ago is remarkable. Thank you, sir, Harry replied, somewhat surprised by the sincere praise. I also wanted to ask if you've experienced any unusual sensations. Particularly in relation to your scar. The question caught Harry off guard. His hand rose unconsciously to the lightning-shaped mark on his forehead. How did you know? Dumbledore's expression turned more serious. Then you have felt something. Please, Harry, this could be important. Harry hesitated, glancing across the room where Fleur was engaged in polite conversation with Madame Bones, though he could feel her awareness of him through their bond. Sometimes it prickles, he admitted finally. Usually when the wards detect something trying to break through. And once, I had a strange dream where it hurt quite badly. I saw a forest, somewhere dark and cold, and heard a voice. He shuddered at the memory. I told Sebastian about it. He thought it might be connected to the attempts to locate me. Indeed, Dumbledore murmured, his gaze suddenly distant and troubled. Harry, I believe your scar is no ordinary curse mark. It creates a connection, one that may become more significant as time passes. A connection to Voldemort? Harry asked, lowering his voice. I believe so, Dumbledore confirmed. Which is why your protection, both physical and magical, remains paramount. Harry felt Fleur's concern pulse through their bond moments before she appeared at his side, her arrival somehow not seeming interrupted despite her clear intent to check on him. Professor Dumbledore, she greeted politely. I hope you're not tiring Harry with too much serious conversation. It's getting late. Not at all, Miss Delacour, Dumbledore smiled. I was just expressing my admiration for the remarkable bond you share. It's grown stronger since I last saw you both, hasn't it? Fleur nodded cautiously. Madame Etoile says it's developing faster than expected. Fascinating, Dumbledore murmured. There are records of guardian bonds in the Hogwarts library, you know. Ancient accounts suggesting capabilities beyond mere protection. Some bonds reportedly allowed sharing of magical abilities, sensing danger from great distances, even combining magical strength in times of need. We've experienced some of that, Harry acknowledged. We can sense each other's emotions, and sometimes, it's like we know what the other is thinking. Most impressive. Dumbledore's eyes took on that distant quality again, as though seeing something beyond the present moment. I wonder. Wonder what, Professor? Fleur prompted when he didn't continue. Oh, merely an old man's musings, Dumbledore said, his manner becoming light again. Magic, especially ancient magic formed from protection and sacrifice, often has deeper layers than we initially perceive. Your bond may hold keys to mysteries we haven't yet imagined. Before either child could question this cryptic statement, Sebastian called for everyone's attention, announcing that the formal portion of the evening was concluded. Arrangements had been made for the British visitors to stay the night at a magical hotel in nearby Cannes before departing the following morning. As goodbyes were exchanged, Harry found himself face to face with Madame Bones. Mr. Potter, she said formally, I hope you understand that our concern is genuinely for your welfare. Britain has not forgotten its debt to you. I appreciate that, Madame Bones, Harry replied with the diplomatic courtesy he'd learned from Sebastian. I don't reject Britain or my heritage. I simply need more time with my family here. Something in her expression softened at his use of the word family to describe the Delacours. I understand. Until Christmas, then. The British delegation departed shortly after, escorted to the property boundaries by Sebastian and two security wizards. When he returned, he found the family gathered in the more comfortable family sitting room, formal robes discarded in favor of casual attire. Well, he declared, loosening his collar with obvious relief, that went about as well as could be expected. They're still not happy, Apollon observed, curled elegantly on a sofa with Gabrielle's head in her lap, the younger girl already half asleep. No, but they've accepted the reality for now. Sebastian turned to Harry and Fleur, who sat together on a window seat overlooking the moonlit Mediterranean. You both handled yourselves admirably. Very diplomatic, very firm. Fleur almost went full Veela when Madame Bones questioned her guardian abilities, Harry pointed out with a teasing smile. I did not, Fleur protested, though her cheeks colored slightly. I merely emphasized my point. With fire in your eyes, Gabrielle mumbled sleepily from the sofa, earning a laugh from everyone. Well, it worked, Sebastian said. They're backing off for now, accepting the compromise of occasional visits. Speaking of which, Harry, how do you feel about the Christmas trip to London? Harry considered the question. I'm curious to see magical Britain, he admitted. And to visit places my parents knew. But I don't want to be used for political purposes. That won't happen, Apollon assured him. Either Sebastian or I will accompany you at all times, along with Fleur of course. Any public appearances will be strictly controlled. And it's only for a week, Fleur added. Though I still think we should visit Paris instead. Much more civilized. Harry grinned at her obvious French bias. Your national prejudice is showing, Fleur. She sniffed dramatically. It's not prejudice if it's objectively true. The light banter continued for a while longer before Apollon decreed it was bedtime for all, particularly Gabrielle, who had fully fallen asleep on the sofa. Sebastian scooped up his younger daughter with practiced ease, carrying her upstairs while the others followed. In the privacy of Harry's room, as they often did before retiring for the night, Harry and Fleur sat on his balcony, discussing the evening's events in more depth. Dumbledore was surprisingly supportive, Harry observed. I expected him to side more firmly with the Ministry. He's playing a longer game, Fleur replied thoughtfully. Did you notice how he kept bringing up Hogwarts? He wants you there eventually, under his influence. Maybe, Harry conceded. But he seemed genuinely pleased that I'm happy here. And he asked about my scar. Fleur's eyes sharpened with interest. What did he say? Harry recounted the brief conversation, including Dumbledore's suggestion that the scar created a connection to Voldemort and his cryptic comments about their bond holding keys to unknown mysteries. That fits with what Madame Etoile told me last month, Fleur said slowly. She said our bond is unusual, stronger and developing faster than the historical cases she's studied. She thinks it might be interacting with the magical protection your mother left you. Creating some kind of combined protection? Harry suggested. Or something new entirely. Fleur's expression turned thoughtful. I've been meaning to tell you, I had a strange dream a few nights ago. I saw a room full of glowing orbs, thousands of them on shelves stretching forever. And a voice was calling, saying something about the Guardian and the Marked One and flames that consume darkness. That sounds like a prophecy, Harry said, remembering his magical history lessons. Do you think it was just a dream? Fleur shrugged. I don't know. I told my mother, and she seemed, not exactly worried, but intrigued. She's arranging for us to visit Madame Etoile again next week. Harry absorbed this information, adding it to the growing list of mysteries surrounding his life. The scar connection to Voldemort, the unusually powerful guardian bond, and now possibly a prophecy, it seemed the quiet year they'd enjoyed might be coming to an end. Whatever it means, he said finally, we'll figure it out together. Fleur smiled, the moonlight turning her hair to liquid silver. Always together, she agreed. That's what guardians do. As autumn deepened into winter, preparations for the Christmas visit to London occupied much of the household's attention. Security arrangements were meticulously planned, magical and muggle clothing appropriate for the British climate was purchased, and Harry received intensive briefings on Wizarding Britain's customs, politics, and important figures he might encounter. Meanwhile, their visit to Madame Etoile proved both illuminating and confusing. The elderly Veela had listened intently to Fleur's dream, her eyes growing wider with each detail. Le Gardien et le Marque, she had murmured. The Guardian and the Marked One. Yes, this resonates with ancient Veela lore, stories of special guardians who arise in times of great darkness. Is it a real prophecy? Apollon had asked. Perhaps, Madame Etoile had replied cryptically. Or perhaps it is the bond itself, communicating its purpose. Either way, it suggests your guardian bond serves a greater purpose than immediate protection. She had subjected Harry and Fleur to a series of magical examinations, having them perform simple spells together and separately, measuring the bond's strength and character with instruments that resembled the silver astrolabe at Sapphire Shores. Remarkable, she declared finally. The bond has matured far beyond what would be expected after only a year. It's as though something is accelerating its development, perhaps in response to growing external threats. What does that mean for us? Fleur had asked, unconsciously moving closer to Harry. It means you must continue your training with even greater dedication, the elder Veela advised. Focus particularly on cooperative magic, spells cast simultaneously or in sequence. I suspect you'll discover capabilities unique to your bond. Following this advice, Harry and Fleur's training sessions with Sebastian took on a new dimension. They practiced casting spells in perfect synchronization, discovering that when they succeeded, the effects were amplified beyond the sum of their individual powers. A simple Lumos charm, when cast simultaneously while maintaining awareness of their bond, produced light bright enough to illuminate the entire training field. Defensive shields cast in sequence, Fleur's followed immediately by Harry's, created a layered protection that even Sebastian's strongest testing spells couldn't penetrate. Extraordinary, he commented after one such session, about a week before their planned departure for London. I've seen married couples with decades of magical cooperation who can't achieve that level of synchronicity. Harry and Fleur exchanged pleased glances, the accomplishment flowing warmly through their bond. Could we try something more advanced? Harry suggested eagerly. The year of proper magical education had awakened a genuine enthusiasm for learning that the Dursleys had nearly crushed. Sebastian considered this. Perhaps a practical test. Something that would simulate a real defensive situation. He set up a training scenario involving enchanted targets that would launch harmless but visible attacks that the children needed to defend against and counter. As the exercise progressed, he gradually increased the difficulty, until Harry and Fleur were moving in perfect coordination, their magic weaving together as though choreographed. They barely need to speak to each other, Apollon observed from where she watched at the edge of the training field. The bond is facilitating a level of cooperation that's almost like two wands wielded by one consciousness, Sebastian finished. Yes, I've noticed it too. Their individual magical signatures remain distinct, but they're harmonizing more completely with each practice session. The exercise reached its climax when 4 targets attacked simultaneously from different directions. Without verbal communication, Harry created a dome shield over both of them while Fleur gathered her magic for a counterattack. The moment Harry's shield pulsed with extra strength, Fleur released a wave of silver-tinged magic that neutralized all 4 targets at once. As the last target fell inactive, both children turned to each other with identical expressions of surprise and delight. Did you feel that? Harry asked breathlessly. Fleur nodded. It was like I could see through your eyes for a second. I knew exactly when your shield was strongest without looking at you. And I could feel you gathering power, Harry added. I knew exactly how much to strengthen the shield and when you would release your spell. Sebastian approached, his expression a mixture of pride and thoughtfulness. That was exceptional work, both of you. But I think we should end training for today. That level of magical exertion can be taxing, especially when exploring new capabilities. Indeed, both children looked suddenly exhausted, the magical cooperation having drained their energy more quickly than standard spellcasting. They didn't protest as Sebastian led them back to the house, where Apollon was already arranging for strengthening potions and a hearty meal to help replenish their magical reserves. I've read about this, Sebastian said later that evening, after the children had eaten and rested. He had called a family meeting in his study, surrounded by open books and magical research journals. It's called resonant casting, when 2 magically bonded individuals achieve harmonic synchronization of their magical cores. Is it dangerous? Apollon asked, glancing at Fleur and Harry who sat together on a small sofa, still looking somewhat drained despite the restorative measures. Not inherently, but it requires careful management, Sebastian explained. The magical expenditure is greater than normal casting, and there's a risk of overextension if they push too far too quickly. It felt natural, Fleur said. Like discovering a muscle you didn't know you had. That's an apt description, Sebastian nodded. The capability was always there in your bond, but today's circumstances allowed it to manifest. With practice, you'll learn to access it more efficiently, with less magical drain. Will this affect our trip to London? Harry asked, concerned that their new discovery might change the carefully laid plans. No, Sebastian assured him. But it does reinforce the importance of you two remaining together. The guardian bond is clearly evolving in response to something, perhaps the growing threats Madame Bones mentioned, perhaps something else entirely. The prophecy, Fleur murmured, exchanging a glance with Harry. Flames that consume darkness. Perhaps, Apollon allowed. Though I'm still not convinced your dream represented a true prophecy, Fleur. It could be a manifestation of the bond's magic communicating with your subconscious. Whatever its source or meaning, the development of resonant casting added yet another layer to the already complex situation surrounding Harry and his guardian. The discovery should have been exciting, and on one level, it was, but it also carried an undertone of foreboding, as though they were being prepared for challenges yet to come. The week before Christmas arrived with a flurry of last-minute preparations for the London trip. Trunks were packed, security arrangements finalized, and international port key permissions secured. Apollon would remain at Sapphire Shores with Gabrielle, while Sebastian accompanied Harry and Fleur to Britain. The weather in southern France remained mild compared to the winter chill reported in London, allowing for one final training session on the beach the day before their departure. As Harry and Fleur practiced shield charms, now focusing on efficiency rather than raw power, Sebastian supervised while reviewing security reports from their London contacts. "Remember," he called, looking up from his papers, "in a real defensive situation, your priority is escape, not confrontation. Shield, disengage, find safety." "Unless there's no escape route," Fleur countered, executing a perfect shield followed by a mild stunning spell. "Then we stand and fight." "Let's hope it doesn't come to that," Sebastian replied. "The London house has multiple emergency port keys and escape routes. The security team includes 3 former Aurors and a cursebreaker. This is a diplomatic visit, not a combat mission." Harry nodded his understanding, though the intensive training of recent months had instilled a healthy caution in him. The guardian bond had formed for a reason. There were genuine threats to his safety, whether from lingering Death Eaters or, more worryingly, from whatever remnant of Voldemort still existed. "Sebastian," Harry asked during a break, "do you think Voldemort is really still out there somewhere? Trying to come back?" The Delacour patriarch considered the question carefully before answering. "Dumbledore believes so, and he is rarely wrong about such matters. There have been incidents over the past year that suggest someone or something is gathering strength. Dark magical signatures detected in Albania, as Madame Bones mentioned. Mysterious disappearances of magical creatures from certain regions. Nothing definitive, but concerning patterns. And he wants me," Harry stated rather than asked. "That's why the wards keep detecting probes." "You represent both a threat and an opportunity to Voldemort," Sebastian confirmed. "You survived when he tried to kill you. Some of his power was broken that night. If he seeks to return, he would likely see you as an obstacle to be removed, or possibly as a source of power to be exploited." "Because of the connection?" Harry touched his scar unconsciously. "Perhaps. Dumbledore hasn't shared all his theories, but the scar is clearly more than a simple curse mark." Sebastian's expression softened. "But that is precisely why you have protections most others do not, the guardian bond, our family's resources, Dumbledore's interest, the Ministry's concern. Even your enemies' fear works in your favor, making them cautious rather than reckless." Harry absorbed this perspective, finding it oddly comforting. He wasn't alone facing these threats, hadn't been since the moment Fleur found him at the Dursleys. The training session concluded without further serious discussion, all 3 eager to maintain a positive atmosphere before the journey. That evening, the family enjoyed a special dinner on the terrace despite the December chill, enchanted braziers providing warmth as they dined under the stars. A toast, Sebastian proposed, raising his glass, to Harry's first diplomatic mission. "May it be enlightening, educational, and entirely uneventful from a security perspective." Everyone laughed as they clinked glasses, though Harry noticed Apollon's eyes remained watchful. She had expressed reservations about the London trip from the beginning, concerned about exposing Harry and Fleur to risks beyond their controlled environment at Sapphire Shores. "I'll keep them safe," Sebastian had assured her repeatedly. "The house in Kensington is under Fidelius, the security team is impeccable, and our itinerary has been reviewed for vulnerabilities. It's only 7 days." Now, as they enjoyed their last evening together before the trip, Apollon seemed to have accepted the inevitable, offering advice about British wizarding customs and reminding Fleur to pack extra warming charms for the notoriously damp London weather. "And remember," she told both children, "you represent not only yourselves but the Delacour family and, by extension, French magical society. Diplomacy often happens in small moments between formal meetings. "We'll make you proud, Maman," Fleur promised, while Harry nodded his agreement. "You already do," Apollon assured them, her expression softening. "Both of you." Later, during their customary evening conversation on Harry's balcony, Fleur seemed unusually quiet, staring out at the moonlit Mediterranean with a distant expression. "What's wrong?" Harry asked, the bond transmitting her unease despite her calm exterior. "I'm not sure," she admitted. "Just a feeling. Like we're heading towards something important." "In London?" "Maybe." She turned to face him. "Harry, promise you'll stay close to me there. Even if everything seems safe, even if my father says it's fine to separate for some meeting or tour. The bond works best when we're together." "I promise," Harry said, recognizing that this wasn't ordinary caution but something deeper, perhaps the guardian magic itself warning them. "Besides, I wouldn't know what to do with myself in magical London without my personal tour guide." His attempt at lightening the mood succeeded partially. Fleur smiled, though her eyes remained serious. "Just be alert. The resonant casting we discovered, I think we might need it." "Then we'll be ready," Harry assured her, projecting confidence through their bond. "We've trained for months. We work well together. Whatever comes, we'll face it." Fleur nodded, her silver hair gleaming in the moonlight. "Together," she agreed. "Always together." The international portkey deposited them precisely at their destination, a secure arrival room within the London house that would serve as their base for the week. Harry's first impression was of understated elegance, dark wood paneling, rich carpets, and magical paintings of landscapes that shifted subtly between seasons as he watched. "Welcome to Blackwood House," Sebastian announced. "An old Delacour property, believe it or not. My great-grandfather acquired it during a period of extensive Franco-British magical cooperation in the 1870s. It's been in your family all this time?" Harry asked, surprised that the Delacours maintained a residence in London. "Used primarily for diplomatic functions these days," Sebastian explained as he led them from the arrival room into a spacious entrance hall. "The French ministry leases it for official visits, but ownership remains with our family." The house was larger than it appeared from the outside, magical expansion evident in the generous proportions of the rooms and corridors. A team of house elves, distinct from those at Sapphire Shores but equally well-mannered, appeared to welcome them and transport their luggage to the appropriate rooms. "Master Harry and Miss Fleur will be in the connecting suites on the second floor, East Wing," Sebastian instructed the head elf, who bowed deeply before vanishing with a soft pop. "The security team has already established the protective protocols," he continued, addressing Harry and Fleur. "The house is under Fidelius' charm with myself as secret keeper. Additional wards prevent magical tracking, unauthorized apparition, and magical surveillance. In essence, a smaller version of Sapphire Shores protections." "It feels different from home," Fleur observed, turning slowly to take in their surroundings. "The magic is older here, more layered. London has a longer history of concentrated magical activity than our relatively isolated estate," Sebastian agreed. "You're sensing centuries of ambient magic from the surrounding area. It can feel a bit overwhelming at first." Harry, too, could sense the difference, a heavier, more complex magical atmosphere than the clean, sun-washed energy of Sapphire Shores. Not unpleasant, but distinctly foreign, like the difference between sea air and the earthy scent of a forest. "Now," Sebastian continued briskly, "we'll have an hour to settle in before our first appointment. Madame Bones will be arriving for tea to discuss the schedule for the week and make final arrangements for tomorrow's visit to the ministry." The hour passed quickly as they explored their rooms and freshened up after the portkey journey. Harry found his suite comfortably appointed, if more traditionally British in decor than his Mediterranean-inspired bedroom at home. Dark wood furniture, heavy velvet drapes in deep green, and a canopied bed gave the space a distinctly different character, though thoughtful touches, including a perch for Athena by the window and his favorite books arranged on a bedside table, made it welcoming. A connecting door led to Fleur's suite, which mirrored his in layout but featured blue accents rather than green. They took a few minutes to explore the rest of the house together, discovering a well-stocked library, a formal dining room, several sitting rooms, and a small indoor atrium filled with magical plants. No training facilities? Harry noted with surprise. In the basement, Fleur replied, having apparently received a more complete briefing from her father. But it's limited compared to what we have at home. Father says we're to focus on the diplomatic aspects of this visit, not magical practice. Still, it's good to know it's there if we need it, Harry said, making a mental note of the basement's location relative to the rest of the house, a security habit Sebastian had instilled in him. Tea with Madame Bones proved less formal than their previous meeting at Sapphire Shores. Without Lord Ogden or Dumbledore present, the head of magical law enforcement seemed more relaxed, even displaying flashes of dry humor as she outlined the week's activities. The official reception at the ministry tomorrow will be brief, she assured them. Minister Fudge wanted a full formal affair, but I convinced him that a smaller gathering would be more appropriate for a young wizard's first visit. We appreciate your discretion, Sebastian said. Harry's here to learn about his heritage, not to be paraded before political interests. Madame Bones nodded. There will be time enough for that when he's older. However, I should warn you that news of his visit has inevitably leaked. The Daily Prophet will run a story tomorrow morning, and we anticipate public interest. How concerning is the security situation? Sebastian asked directly. Controlled, Madame Bones replied, her monocle catching the light as she adjusted it. The official itinerary has been shared only with those who need to know. Aurors will provide discreet escorts for all planned excursions. The more sensitive visits, to Godric's Hollow, for instance, have been arranged with maximum privacy in mind. Harry perked up at the mention of Godric's Hollow, his parents' last home and the site of their murder. He hadn't been certain the visit would be approved, given the emotional and security implications. Yes, Mr. Potter, Madame Bones said, noticing his reaction. That visit is scheduled for Thursday. Arrangements have been made with the local magical community to ensure privacy. I understand it may be difficult, but I believe it's important for you to have that connection to your parents. Thank you, Harry said sincerely. Despite the ministry's political maneuvering, he sensed that Madame Bones genuinely cared about his welfare. After finalizing details for the next day's ministry visit, Madame Bones departed, leaving the Delacours to a quiet dinner in the formal dining room. The house elves had prepared a meal that blended British and French cuisines, a diplomatic touch that made Harry smile. So far, so good, Sebastian observed as they finished dessert. Madame Bones seems to have kept her word about maintaining the focus on cultural education rather than politics. For now, Fleur said skeptically. But tomorrow we'll be at the ministry itself. There will be pressure to present Harry as the returning hero. Which I'm not, Harry added firmly. I was a baby when Voldemort was defeated. Whatever happened that night had more to do with my mother's sacrifice than anything I did. Sebastian nodded approvingly. A wise perspective, and one worth maintaining when questions arise, as they inevitably will. Now, I suggest an early night. Tomorrow will be demanding, even with the reduced schedule. Despite the recommendation, Harry found sleep elusive that night. The London house, while comfortable, felt strange after a year at Sapphire Shores. The ambient magical energy Sebastian had mentioned seemed to pulse against his awareness, and distant city sounds filtered through despite the silencing charms on the windows. Around midnight, a soft knock at the connecting door heralded Fleur's arrival. She entered wearing a dressing gown over her nightclothes, her expression mirroring his own restlessness. Can't sleep either? Harry asked. She shook her head. The magic here is noisy. Like too many conversations happening at once. Exactly, Harry agreed, relieved that he wasn't imagining the sensation. Want to sit for a while? They settled in a window seat overlooking the small magical garden behind the house. Unlike the panoramic views of the Mediterranean at home, this vista was limited to carefully tended magical plants and the high walls that separated the property from its Muggle neighbors. Yet there was something comforting about the enclosure, a sense of being safely hidden within the heart of the bustling city. "Are you nervous about tomorrow?" Fleur asked after they'd sat in comfortable silence for a few minutes. "A bit," Harry admitted. "I've never been the center of attention before, well, not positive attention, anyway. The Dursleys made sure I stayed invisible, and at Sapphire Shores, I'm just part of the family." "You'll always be part of the family," Fleur assured him. "But here, you're also Harry Potter, the boy who lived. People will have expectations." "That's what makes me nervous," Harry confessed. "What if I disappoint them? What if I'm not what they imagine their savior should be?" "Then that's their problem, not yours," Fleur said firmly. "You don't owe them the Harry Potter they've invented in their minds. You only have to be yourself, which, for the record, is quite impressive enough." The warm pulse of sincerity through their bond made Harry smile. "Thanks. I'm glad you're here with me. Where else would I be?" Fleur replied simply. "I'm your guardian, remember?" "As if I could forget," Harry teased, earning a playful swat on his arm. They talked for another hour, the familiar conversation helping to quiet the restless magic around them. When they finally said goodnight, Harry found sleep came more easily, the bond's reassuring presence a constant reminder that, whatever challenges London might present, he wouldn't face them alone. Morning brought grey skies and a fine mist, typical London weather that made Harry appreciate the warming charms Fleur had insisted they pack. Breakfast was served in a small morning room, where Sebastian reviewed the day's schedule one final time. The ministry reception is at 10 o'clock, followed by a brief tour of selected departments. Lunch will be private, with just Madame Bones and perhaps one or two others she deems appropriate. Then, if you're not too tired, we have the option of visiting Diagon Alley briefly before returning here for dinner." "Diagon Alley?" Harry repeated, his interest piqued. He'd heard much about the famous magical shopping district but had never visited, having purchased his school supplies and other magical necessities in France. "If security allows," Sebastian qualified. "The Prophet article has certainly run by now, so public interest may make a Diagon visit impractical today." As if summoned by the mention, a house elf appeared with the morning's Daily Prophet. The front page featured a large headline, "Boy Who Lived Returns to Britain, Harry Potter Makes First Official Visit Since Controversial French Guardianship." Beneath the headline was an older photograph of Harry, likely from school records before he left the Dursleys, alongside a more recent but clearly unauthorized image that must have been taken during one of his rare public appearances in Magical Can. The article itself was a mixture of factual reporting and speculative commentary about his foreign upbringing and questionable influences. "Charming," Sebastian remarked dryly. "Though I expected worse. At least they acknowledge that the guardian bond is legally recognized, even if they question its appropriateness." "They make it sound like I've been corrupted by dangerous foreign ideas," Harry said, scanning the article with a raised eyebrow. "Apparently learning French and appreciating Mediterranean cuisine is cause for national concern." "Welcome to British wizard politics," Sebastian said with a wry smile. "Where tradition is sacred and change is suspicious. Now, finish your breakfast. We don't want to be late for your grand return to the ministry." They traveled to the Ministry of Magic via a secure Fleur connection, arriving in a private reception area rather than the main atrium. Madame Bones was waiting to greet them, along with a tall, dark-skinned Auror introduced as Kingsley Shacklebolt. "Auror Shacklebolt will be your security liaison throughout your visit," Madame Bones explained. "He's one of our best, and I trust him implicitly." "An honor to meet you, Mr. Potter," Shacklebolt said in a deep, reassuring voice. "And you, Monsieur Delacour, Miss Delacour. Rest assured that your safety is my highest priority." Harry liked the Auror immediately, there was a calm competence about him that inspired confidence without arrogance. Fleur, too, seemed to approve, giving a slight nod after studying him with the instinctive assessment of a guardian evaluating potential allies. The minister is waiting in the diplomatic reception room, Madame Bones continued. A small group has been assembled, department heads, a few Wisingamot members, and unfortunately, some press. We limited them to one reporter and photographer each from the major publications. Unavoidable, I suppose, Sebastian acknowledged. Harry, Fleur, remember what we practiced. Brief, polite responses to questions. Deflect anything too personal or political to me. Harry nodded, straightening his formal robes, midnight blue with subtle silver accents, matching Fleur's but with reversed color emphasis. The Delacour colors, worn deliberately to reinforce his connection to his guardian family while respecting his British heritage with traditional wizarding styling. The diplomatic reception room proved to be an elegant chamber with wood-paneled walls adorned with portraits of famous international magical accords. A group of perhaps 30 people stood conversing in small clusters, falling silent as Harry and his party entered. Minister Cornelius Fudge, a portly man in an immaculate pinstriped suit with lime green bowler hat, hurried forward, hand extended and camera-ready smile in place. Harry Potter. Welcome, welcome to the Ministry of Magic, he exclaimed, shaking Harry's hand vigorously while a photographer captured the moment. We're delighted to have you visit us at last. Britain has missed its young hero. Thank you, Minister Fudge, Harry replied with the diplomatic poise Apollon had drilled into him. I'm pleased to learn more about Britain's magical community and my heritage. Of course, of course. And these must be your, foreign guardians. Fudge turned to Sebastian and Fleur, his enthusiasm noticeably dampened. Sebastian Delacour, French Diplomatic Corps, Sebastian introduced himself smoothly. And my daughter, Fleur Delacour, Harry's guardian by ancient Veela bond. Yes, yes, most unusual arrangement, Fudge muttered, before recovering his political smile. But recognized by international magical law, of course. Now, Harry, there are so many people eager to meet you. What followed was a whirlwind of introductions, ministry officials whose names and titles blurred together, Wisingamot members who assessed Harry with calculating eyes, and reporters who asked increasingly probing questions despite Madame Bones' attempts to moderate. Mr. Potter, how does it feel to return to Britain after being taken to France? Asked a sharp-featured witch with jeweled spectacles whom Madame Bones had introduced as Rita Skeeter from the Daily Prophet. I wasn't taken anywhere, Miss Skeeter, Harry corrected politely but firmly. A guardian bond formed between Fleur and myself, and I chose to live with her family in France. But surely you must feel some connection to Britain. Some longing for your homeland, she pressed, a magical quill hovering beside her, recording his every word. Britain is part of my heritage, which is why I'm here learning about it, Harry replied. But home is where your family is, and the Delacours are my family now. Skeeter's eyes narrowed at this answer, clearly not getting the homesick orphan narrative she'd hoped for. Before she could ask another question, Sebastian smoothly intervened, suggesting it was time for Harry to meet the Department of Magical Law Enforcement staff who would be facilitating his cultural visits. Well handled, he murmured to Harry as they moved away from the reporter. Clear but not confrontational. The reception continued for another hour, gradually becoming less awkward as the initial excitement over Harry's presence settled into more normal diplomatic interactions. Harry found himself genuinely interested in conversations with Arthur Weasley, a friendly wizard who headed something called the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, and Professor Bathsheba Babbling, who taught ancient runes at Hogwarts and happened to be at the ministry for a consultation. Throughout it all, Fleur remained close by his side, the guardian bond humming contentedly between them. She said little, observing everything with watchful eyes, but her presence was a constant reassurance amidst the unfamiliar faces and political undercurrents. After the reception, Auror Shacklebolt guided them on a brief tour of selected ministry departments. They visited the Magical Transportation Office, where an elderly wizard demonstrated the process of creating and regulating portkeys, the Department of International Magical Cooperation, where Sebastian was warmly greeted by several colleagues, and finally, the Auror headquarters, where trainees demonstrated basic defensive spells. We normally wouldn't include this stop on a visitor's tour, Madame Bones explained as they watched a practice duel between junior Aurors, but given Mr. Potter's unique security considerations, I thought it might be reassuring to see our defensive capabilities firsthand. Harry nodded, genuinely impressed by the skill on display. The Aurors moved with practiced precision, their spellwork clean and efficient. He glanced at Fleur, sending a questioning pulse through their bond. "What do you think?" She responded with a mixture of approval and critical assessment, acknowledging the Auror's skill while noting vulnerabilities in their standard formations. Having trained extensively with Sebastian, who incorporated both French and British defensive techniques, Fleur had developed a surprisingly sophisticated understanding of magical combat for her age. Lunch proved to be a welcome respite from the morning's formalities. Madame Bones had arranged a private dining room with just herself, Auror Shacklebolt, and somewhat to Harry's surprise, Arthur Weasley joining them. "Hope you don't mind the addition," Madame Bones said as they settled around the table. "Arthur has a unique perspective on magical-muggle relations that I thought might interest you, given your background." "Not at all," Sebastian assured her. "In fact, Monsieur Weasley and I had a most fascinating conversation earlier about Muggle transportation regulations." Arthur Weasley beamed. "Monsieur Delacour has promised to send me information about French Muggle traffic circles, ingenious systems, apparently." The lunch conversation flowed easily, touching on Harry's education in France, the differences between British and French magical societies, and Arthur's enthusiastic questions about Muggle life. Harry found himself warming to the red-haired wizard, whose genuine curiosity and lack of political agenda made for a refreshing change from the morning's careful diplomacy. "My children would be absolutely thrilled to meet you someday, Harry," Arthur mentioned toward the end of the meal. "Especially Ron, he's about your age. Starting Hogwarts next year, same as you would have." "I haven't decided about Hogwarts yet," Harry said carefully, aware this was a sensitive topic. "But I'd be happy to meet your family sometime." "Perhaps during a future visit," Sebastian suggested diplomatically. "This trip is rather fully scheduled, but we anticipate regular cultural exchanges going forward." As lunch concluded, Madame Bones consulted with Auror Shacklebolt about the security situation in Diagon Alley. After a brief, private conversation, she turned to them with a regretful expression. "I'm afraid a visit to Diagon Alley today would be inadvisable," she announced. "The Prophet's morning edition has generated considerable public interest. Our intelligence suggests there are already crowds gathering in hopes of catching a glimpse of Mr. Potter." Harry felt a mixture of disappointment and relief. While he was curious about the famous magical district, the prospect of facing crowds of strangers eager to see the boy who lived was daunting. "A wise precaution," Sebastian agreed. "Perhaps later in the week, with better preparation." "We'll reassess daily," Madame Bones promised. "For now, I suggest returning to your residence. You've had a full morning, and tomorrow's visit to the historical magical sites will require energy." They returned to Blackwood House via the same secure Fleur connection, emerging into the arrival room to find an unexpected visitor waiting for them. Albus Dumbledore stood by the fireplace, resplendent in robes of deep purple with silver stars, similar to those he'd worn at Sapphire Shores but somehow more vibrant in the London setting. Beside him perched a magnificent red and gold bird that Harry immediately recognized from his magical creature studies as a phoenix. "Ah, there you are," Dumbledore greeted them cheerfully. "I hope you don't mind the uninvited visit. I happen to be in London and thought I might check on how your first day has progressed." "Professor Dumbledore," Sebastian acknowledged, his tone polite but cautious. "This is unexpected. Our security protocols generally require advance notice for visitors." "A reasonable precaution," Dumbledore agreed, seemingly unperturbed. "Though in this case, Fawkes brought me directly. Phoenix transportation bypasses most standard wards. A capability I rarely employ, I assure you, but I have information that couldn't wait." Harry and Fleur exchanged glances, the bond transmitting their shared concern. Anything urgent enough for Dumbledore to circumvent security measures was unlikely to be good news. "What information?" Sebastian asked directly, gesturing them all toward the adjacent sitting room where they could speak privately. Once they were settled, Dumbledore in a high-backed armchair, Fawkes perched regally on a side table beside him, the headmaster's expression turned serious. "There has been an incident at Gringotts," he began without preamble. "An attempted break-in targeting a high-security vault. The perpetrator escaped, but left magical signatures that the goblins found, concerning." "Dark magic?" Sebastian asked sharply. "Indeed. Of a particular variety that has not been detected in Britain for nearly a decade." Dumbledore's blue eyes fixed on Harry. "Not since the night your parents died, Harry." A chill ran down Harry's spine, and Fleur moved imperceptibly closer to him on the sofa they shared. "Voldemort?" Harry asked quietly. "Not directly, I believe," Dumbledore replied. "The physical manifestation was reportedly human, though heavily disguised. But the magical signature bore traces of Voldemort's distinctive power, suggesting either a former Death Eater using artifacts connected to their master, or something more troubling. Possession, Sebastian stated rather than asked. "You believe Voldemort's disembodied spirit may be possessing a human host?" "It is one theory, yes," Dumbledore confirmed. "Consistent with reports from Albania and with certain indicators I've been monitoring." "What was in the vault?" Fleur asked, speaking for the first time since Dumbledore's arrival. The headmaster turned his penetrating gaze to her. "Perceptive question, Miss Delacour. The vault in question held an item of considerable magical significance, one that had recently been removed, fortunately. I had arranged the transfer myself just days ago." "To Hogwarts?" Sebastian guessed. "To a secure location," Dumbledore replied evasively. "The nature of the item is, well, let us say it would be dangerous in the wrong hands." "And you believe this attempted theft is connected to the probes we've detected at Sapphire Shores," Harry said, pieces falling into place. "Someone, or something, is gathering strength, looking for magical objects and, for me." "Your insight serves you well, Harry," Dumbledore said gravely. "Which brings me to the reason for my visit. Your presence in Britain may have accelerated certain plans. The wards here at Blackwood House are formidable, but they were established with conventional threats in mind." "You're suggesting we cut short our visit," Sebastian concluded. "I am suggesting heightened caution," Dumbledore corrected. "Complete your scheduled activities, but perhaps reconsider some of the more public appearances. And..." He hesitated, looking between Harry and Fleur. "I would recommend that you two practice whatever cooperative magic you've been developing. The guardian bond may prove essential in the days ahead." Harry felt Fleur's surprise mirroring his own. How did Dumbledore know about their resonant casting? "We've been practicing," Fleur said carefully. "But our control is still developing." "Then continue developing it," Dumbledore advised. "Magical bonds like yours respond to necessity. Should you find yourselves in genuine danger, the bond will likely manifest capabilities beyond what you've experienced in training." "Is there a specific threat we should be aware of?" Sebastian pressed. Dumbledore stroked Fawkes' brilliant plumage thoughtfully. "Nothing concrete beyond what I've shared. But there are movements in the magical currents. Patterns emerging. The attempted Gringotts break-in may be just the first visible sign of a gathering storm." The cryptic warning hung in the air, lending a somber note to what had been a relatively successful first day in London. After providing a few more details about the Gringotts incident and reinforcing his recommendation for vigilance, Dumbledore departed as he had arrived, in a flash of phoenix fire that momentarily filled the room with warmth and light. "Well," Sebastian said into the silence that followed, "that was informative, if not exactly reassuring. Do we continue with the planned visits?" Fleur asked. "Yes, but with additional precautions." Sebastian's expression was thoughtful rather than alarmed. "Dumbledore's warning is concerning, but his suggestion to maintain our schedule while increasing security seems sound. I'll contact our team to arrange enhanced measures." "And the resonant casting?" Harry asked. "Should we practice here?" "Yes, though carefully. The training facilities here are limited, but adequate for controlled practice. Sebastian's gaze moved between the two children. Dumbledore clearly knows more about your bond than he's previously indicated. His specific mention of cooperative magic suggests he's been monitoring your development more closely than we realized. Through Madame Etoile, perhaps? Fleur suggested. Possibly, though I doubt she would share information without our knowledge. More likely, Dumbledore has other sources, historical records, perhaps, or similar bonds he's observed in the past. Sebastian sighed. In any case, he's right about one thing: your bond may be your greatest protection if threats materialize. They spent the remainder of the afternoon in the basement training room, practicing the resonant casting techniques they discovered at Sapphire Shores. The space was indeed limited compared to their home facilities, a single reinforced chamber with basic training dummies and protective wards to contain spell energy, but sufficient for their needs. Working methodically, they focused on achieving the harmonic synchronization with minimal magical expenditure, learning to maintain the resonance longer without exhausting themselves. By early evening, they had managed to hold a synchronized shield charm for nearly 2 minutes, a significant improvement over their previous attempts. Good progress, Sebastian observed from where he monitored their practice. But that's enough for today. Tomorrow's historical tour begins early, and you need rest. Dinner was a quiet affair, all three still processing Dumbledore's warning and its implications for the remainder of their visit. Sebastian spent much of the meal reviewing security reports and communicating with their team via enchanted parchment that transmitted messages instantly between approved contacts. Additional security personnel will join us tomorrow, he announced as they finished dessert. 2 more former Aurors and a specialist in detection charms. They'll maintain a discreet distance, but provide an extra layer of protection during our outings. Harry nodded, appreciating the precautions while hoping they'd prove unnecessary. The London visit had been planned as a cultural and educational experience, a chance to connect with his heritage without the constant shadow of threat that seemed to follow him. Dumbledore's warning had brought that shadow back into focus, reminding them all that Harry's life would never be entirely normal as long as Voldemort, in whatever form, remained a potential threat. That night, as had become their habit, Harry and Fleur met in his room to discuss the day's events before retiring. The bond between them seemed especially active, perhaps responding to the heightened alertness they both felt after Dumbledore's visit. "Do you think there's a real danger?" Harry asked as they sat in the window seat, watching the lights of Muggle London twinkling beyond the magical garden. "Yes," Fleur replied without hesitation. "But not necessarily immediate. Dumbledore wouldn't have come personally if it was just a routine security concern, but he also didn't insist we return to France. He's balancing caution with practicality. Just like at Sapphire Shores, after the first ward breach, Harry recalled. Increased security but normal activities." "Exactly." Fleur's gaze turned thoughtful. "What interests me is how much Dumbledore seems to know about our bond. He specifically mentioned cooperative magic, something we've only recently developed ourselves. Maybe he has access to records about previous Guardian bonds?" Harry suggested. "He did mention the Hogwarts library having information about them." "Perhaps." Fleur didn't sound entirely convinced. "Or maybe he's been monitoring us more closely than we realized. He is considered the greatest wizard of the age, after all. His magical capabilities likely include detection methods we can't imagine." The idea was somewhat unsettling, though Harry didn't sense any malevolence in Dumbledore's interest, just the calculated vigilance of a strategist keeping track of potentially important magical developments. "Whatever his sources," Fleur continued, "I think we should take his advice about practicing our resonant casting. If he believes it could be important, there's probably a good reason." Harry agreed, and they spent a few more minutes discussing refinements to their technique before finally saying goodnight. As he drifted toward sleep, Harry found himself wondering about the mysterious item that had been the target of the Gringotts break-in. What could be valuable enough for Voldemort, or someone connected to him, to risk infiltrating the notoriously secure Goblin Bank? And why would Dumbledore have arranged its removal just days before the attempt? The questions followed him into dreams filled with shadowy vaults and flashes of silver and crimson light. The next 3 days passed in a whirlwind of historical and cultural visits, each more fascinating than the last. They toured ancient magical sites in London, including a hidden section of the Tower of London where wizards had once been imprisoned, the magical archives housed in an unplottable building near the British Museum, and several historical wizarding residences that had been preserved as museums. Throughout these excursions, the enhanced security remained vigilant but unobtrusive, additional personnel maintaining positions at strategic distances, detection charms constantly scanning for threats, and Auror Shacklebolt personally accompanying them at all times. Despite Dumbledore's warning, no incidents occurred, though Harry occasionally felt a prickling sensation in his scar when they visited particularly old magical sites. Ambient magic, Sebastian suggested when Harry mentioned it during their third evening in London. These historical locations have accumulated centuries of magical residue. Your scar, being a curse wound, may be sensitive to certain magical frequencies. Harry accepted this explanation, though he noticed Sebastian making notes about which locations triggered the sensation most strongly. The bond with Fleur also seemed to respond to these ancient magical places, sometimes intensifying unexpectedly when they entered buildings with particularly rich magical histories. "It's like the magic here recognizes our bond somehow," Fleur observed as they explored a preserved 15th-century wizarding home in Kent. "Like it's resonating with it." The fourth day of their visit brought the moment Harry had both anticipated and dreaded, their journey to Godric's Hollow. The village, one of Britain's oldest all-magical communities, had been home to many famous wizarding families throughout history, including the Peverils, the Dumbledores, and, most recently, the Potters. They arrived via a secure port key, materializing on a quiet lane just outside the village proper. The December morning was crisp and clear, the village picturesque under a light dusting of snow that had fallen overnight. With its stone cottages, medieval church, and town square, Godric's Hollow looked like a scene from a Christmas card, peaceful and timeless. "It's beautiful," Harry said softly as they walked toward the village center, their security team maintaining a respectful distance. "Many magical communities deliberately cultivate this traditional appearance," Sebastian explained. "It helps them blend with historical Muggle villages while preserving magical architectural elements." As they entered the square, Harry noticed a war memorial at its center, a simple obelisk inscribed with names. But as they approached, it shimmered and transformed, revealing a statue of a man, a woman, and a baby. The man was tall with untidy hair and glasses, the woman was beautiful with kind eyes, and the baby in her arms was peaceful and unmarked. "Your parents," Fleur said gently. "And you." Harry stood transfixed, studying the faces of James and Lily Potter, more lifelike here than in the magical photographs he'd seen. The statue depicted them in a moment of peaceful happiness, before tragedy struck, their expressions loving as they gazed at their infant son. "The memorial was commissioned shortly after Voldemort's defeat," Sebastian explained quietly. "It appears as a normal war memorial to Muggles, but reveals its true form to magical visitors." They stood in silence for several minutes, Harry absorbing this tangible connection to his parents. Then, with a deep breath, he nodded toward the street leading away from the square. "The house?" he asked. "This way," Sebastian confirmed, leading them down a winding lane lined with cottages of varying ages and styles. About halfway down, they stopped before a property that, at first glance, appeared to be an empty lot between two well-maintained homes. But as Harry focused his attention on it, a cottage materialized, or rather, the ruins of one. The right side of the upper floor had been blown away, leaving exposed timbers and scattered debris frozen in time by preservation charms. The front door hung askew, and ivy had grown over much of the structure, nature reclaiming what dark magic had destroyed. "It was left as it was," Sebastian said softly. "As a memorial. Preserved magically so that future generations would remember what happened here." Harry stepped closer, drawn by an inexplicable pull. A sign had risen from the ground in front of the property, bearing an inscription, "On this spot, on the night of October 31, 1981, Lily and James Potter lost their lives." Their son, Harry, remains the only wizard ever to have survived the killing curse. This house, invisible to Muggles, has been left in its ruined state as a monument to the Potters and as a reminder of the violence that tore apart their family. Around the official message, visitors had added their own tributes over the years, magical graffiti that glowed with sincerity. Good luck, Harry, wherever you are. Long live Harry Potter. The boy who lived gives us hope. Do you want to go inside? Sebastian asked gently. The structure has been magically stabilized. It's safe. Harry nodded, unable to speak past the lump in his throat. Fleur's hand slipped into his, the bond between them pulsing with supportive warmth as they approached the broken door. The interior of the cottage had been preserved exactly as it was the night of the attack. Furniture remained in place, family photographs still hung on the walls, and a thin layer of magical dust covered surfaces, not real dust, but a spell effect that created the impression of a moment frozen in time. Harry moved through the ground floor in a daze, touching objects his parents had touched, seeing the everyday items that had been part of their lives, his father's cloak hanging by the door, his mother's book left open on a side table, a teacup half full on the kitchen counter. And then, most poignantly, evidence of Harry himself, a tiny jumper draped over a chair, magical toys scattered on a playmat in the living room, a high chair pulled up to the dining table. They were just living, Harry whispered. Just a normal family. Yes, Sebastian agreed, his voice thick with emotion. That's what makes their sacrifice so profound. They had a beautiful life here, a happy family. And they gave it all to protect you. The stairs creaked as they climbed to the upper floor, where the damage from that fateful night was most evident. The nursery, Harry's room, had been partially destroyed, the ceiling and outer wall blown away by the rebounding killing curse. His crib stood intact, a miracle amid the destruction, a stuffed toy stag still propped against its railings. This is where it happened, Harry said, not really a question. Where my mother died. Where Voldemort. Yes, Sebastian confirmed. According to the magical forensic reports, Lily was found here, between the crib and the door. James was downstairs, near the entrance. He tried to hold Voldemort off while your mother fled with you. Harry closed his eyes, overwhelmed by the weight of standing in the place where his life had changed forever. For a moment, he thought he could almost hear echoes of that night, his father's defiant shout, his mother's desperate pleas, a high, cold laugh. His scar flared with sudden, searing pain. Harry! Fleur exclaimed, feeling his distress through their bond. He staggered, clutching his forehead as images flashed before his eyes, a wand pointing at his mother, green light, a sensation of being torn apart, and then something new, a presence, alien and malevolent, reaching toward him through the pain in his scar. Something's here, he gasped. Something's finding me through the connection. Sebastian's wand was in his hand instantly. Protego Maxima, he shouted, casting a powerful shield charm around all three of them. Fleur, the bond, now. Fleur didn't hesitate. She grabbed both of Harry's hands, focusing intensely on their guardian bond. The silver thread connecting them flared to brilliant life, visible now as actual light surrounding their joined hands. Focus, Harry, she urged. Block it out. Feel our bond instead of the pain. Harry struggled to concentrate, the malevolent presence pushing harder against his consciousness as though sensing resistance. It felt ancient and corrupt, a fragment of something broken yet powerful. I can't, he began, but Fleur interrupted. You can. We can. Remember the resonant casting. Synchronize with me. Harry forced himself to focus on Fleur's presence, on the warm, clean energy of their bond. As he did, he felt their magical cores beginning to align, the harmonic resonance they'd practiced establishing itself between them. That's it, Fleur encouraged. Now push back. Together, they directed their combined magical energy against the invasive presence. It was like nothing they'd practiced, not a spell with words and wand movements, but pure intention channeled through their synchronized magic. A shield formed within Harry's mind, silver and bright, pushing back against the darkness trying to infiltrate through his scar. For several tense moments, they struggled against the malevolent force. Then, with a sensation like a rubber band snapping, the connection broke. The pain in Harry's scar subsided abruptly, leaving him gasping for breath. "It's gone," he managed. "Whatever it was, it's gone." Sebastian maintained his shield charm, scanning the room with intense concentration. "There's residual dark magic here, more than just the preservation spells. Something was triggered by our presence, by Harry's presence specifically." "A trap?" Fleur suggested, still holding Harry's hands, the bond between them humming with protective energy. "Not exactly," Sebastian replied grimly. "More like a magical beacon. I think our visit was detected, and not just by the Ministry or Dumbledore." "We need to leave," Harry said, his voice stronger as he recovered from the attack. "If something could reach me here," agreed, Sebastian said, already casting additional protective charms around them. "Our security team will have detected the magical disturbance. They'll be preparing emergency extraction." Sure enough, Auror Shacklebolt appeared in the doorway moments later, his wand drawn and his expression alert. "Magical surge detected," he reported tersely. "Dark signature. Emergency port key authorized." "Wait," Harry said suddenly. "I need, just one more minute." Despite the urgency of the situation, Sebastian nodded understanding. Harry turned back to the ruined nursery, to the crib where he had survived while his mother died protecting him. He knelt beside it, touching the stuffed stag gently. "Thank you," he whispered, speaking to the empty room but knowing somehow that his words reached beyond it. "I'm safe now. I have a family again. I won't waste what you gave me." He stood, wiping away tears he hadn't realized were falling. "I'm ready." Auror Shacklebolt produced a small golden object, the emergency port key, and held it out. "On 3. 1, 2, before he could say, 3, a massive explosion rocked the house. The remaining walls of the nursery cracked, debris falling around them as the preservation charms that had held the ruined structure together for nearly a decade suddenly failed. "Dark magic!" Sebastian shouted, expanding his shield to deflect falling timbers. "The house's protections are collapsing." "The port key!" Shacklebolt urged, thrusting the golden object toward them. But as they reached for it, a second explosion, magical rather than physical, sent a shockwave through the room that knocked the port key from Shacklebolt's hand. It skittered across the floor, disappearing through a newly formed crack in the floorboards. "Down the stairs!" Sebastian ordered, maintaining his shield as they moved toward the door. "We'll have to apparate from outside the property." They descended the crumbling staircase as quickly as safety allowed, dodging falling debris. The entire cottage was groaning, the magical preservation spells unraveling rapidly, releasing energy that had been contained for years. Something triggered a cascade failure in the preservation charms, Sebastian explained as they reached the ground floor. This kind of collapse shouldn't be possible without deliberate sabotage. "Look!" Fleur pointed toward the front door, which now showed a strange, rippling distortion in the air before it, like heat waves but more substantial. "Anti-apparition ward," Shacklebolt confirmed grimly. "Someone's locked us in." Harry felt his scar begin to prickle again, though not with the same intensity as before. "They're coming," he said with certainty. "Whoever reached through my scar, they know exactly where we are." Sebastian's expression hardened. "Then we fight our way out. Fleur, Harry, stay behind me. Auror Shacklebolt, can your team penetrate the anti-apparition ward from outside?" "Working on it," Shacklebolt replied, sending a Patronus message, a lynx formed of silver light, through the wall toward his team outside. "But it will take time." "Time we may not have," Sebastian muttered, casting additional protective charms around the increasingly unstable structure. "We need a direct approach." He moved toward the rippling distortion at the front door, analyzing it with complex diagnostic spells. "Crude but powerful," he concluded. Designed to trap rather than harm. If we hit it with enough focused magical energy, we might be able to punch through. The resonant casting, Fleur said, looking at Harry. Together, we might generate enough power. Harry nodded, pushing aside his fear and focusing on the bond between them. After what they'd just accomplished upstairs, repelling the mental invasion through his scar, he felt a new confidence in their combined abilities. "Let us try, Father," Fleur requested. Sebastian hesitated only briefly before nodding. "Concentrate on a single point in the barrier. Don't try to bring down the entire ward, just create an opening large enough for us to pass through." Harry and Fleur positioned themselves side by side, facing the distorted air that marked the anti-apparition ward. They joined hands, focusing first on establishing the harmonic resonance between their magical cores. The silver glow of their bond manifested visibly around them, growing stronger as their magic synchronized. "Ready?" Fleur asked, her voice carrying that otherworldly Veela resonance that emerged when her protective magic was fully engaged. "Ready," Harry confirmed, feeling their combined power building to levels they'd never achieved in practice. Together, they raised their free hands, Fleur's right, Harry's left, and focused their intent on a single point in the barrier. No spell was spoken, none was needed. The resonant magic responded to their pure intention, guided by the guardian bond's protective purpose. A beam of silver-white light shot from their joined hands, striking the distorted air with concentrated force. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like shattering glass, a small hole appeared in the barrier, no larger than a dinner plate, but a breach nonetheless. Again. Sebastian encouraged. "Focus on expanding the opening." They redirected their combined magic to the edges of the hole, pushing outward to widen the breach. Sweat beaded on their foreheads from the effort, but the hole gradually expanded until it was large enough for a person to step through. "Excellent work!" Sebastian exclaimed. "Shacklebolt, you first, coordinate with your team outside. We'll follow." The Auror nodded and stepped carefully through the opening, wand at the ready. As soon as he was through, they heard the sounds of spellfire outside, shouts, flashes of light visible through the windows, the distinctive cracks of combat magic. "Ambush," Sebastian muttered, moving to the window for a better view. "At least 3 attackers, possibly more. They must have been waiting for us to breach the ward. Can we help?" Harry asked, the resonant magic still flowing between him and Fleur, ready to be directed. "No. You two focus on maintaining that opening. I'll engage the attackers and clear a path." Sebastian's expression was grim but determined. "When I give the signal, you run straight through to the extraction point behind the church. Secondary emergency port key will be waiting there." Before either child could protest, Sebastian darted through the opening in the ward, immediately casting a powerful shield charm to protect himself from the ongoing battle outside. Through the window, Harry and Fleur could see him joining Shacklebolt and the security team, his combat magic impressive in its precision and power. "We can't just wait here," Fleur said, watching as her father deflected a curse from a black-robed attacker. "The house is still collapsing, and they need help." "But your father said," Harry began. "I know what he said," Fleur interrupted. "But the guardian bond formed to protect you in danger, not to hide while others fight. Besides, we can do more than just maintain this opening." She was right, Harry realized. The resonant magic they developed was powerful, perhaps powerful enough to turn the tide of the battle outside. And staying in the crumbling cottage was becoming increasingly dangerous as magical backlash from the failing preservation charms caused more structural damage. "Okay," he agreed. "But we stay together, and we focus on defense rather than attack." "Always together," Fleur confirmed, squeezing his hand. "Ready?" Harry nodded, and they moved as one toward the opening they'd created, maintaining their magical connection. As they stepped through onto the snow-covered garden path, the full chaos of the battle became apparent. 6 attackers in black robes and silver masks, Death Eaters, Harry realized with a shock, were engaged in combat with their security team. Shacklebolt and another Auror were maintaining a defensive position near the garden gate, while Sebastian and the remaining security wizards attempted to flank the attackers. One of the Death Eaters noticed their emergence and redirected his attack toward them, sending a jet of purple light that Harry instinctively knew was far more dangerous than the training spells they'd practiced against. Without conscious thought, he and Fleur raised their joined hands, the resonant magic forming a shield that not only blocked the curse but reflected it back at its caster, who barely dodged in time. "The boy," one Death Eater shouted, his voice muffled behind the silver mask. "Take him alive. The Dark Lord wants him unharmed." "Well, that's reassuring," Harry muttered as he and Fleur moved carefully toward the extraction point, maintaining their shield while the battle raged around them. "Less sarcasm, more focus," Fleur replied, though he could feel her own grim amusement through the bond. The Delacour humor, it seemed, emerged even in the most dangerous situations. They had made it halfway across the garden when a new threat materialized, quite literally. A figure apparat directly into their path, somehow bypassing the very anti-apparition ward that had trapped them inside. Unlike the other attackers, this one wore no mask, revealing a pale, nervous face beneath a purple turban. "Potter," the man said, his voice strangely dual-toned, as though two people were speaking simultaneously. "At last." Harry's scar exploded with pain, far worse than the incident in the nursery. He staggered, nearly breaking the connection with Fleur, who maintained her grip on his hand with determined strength. "Harry," she cried, feeling his agony through the bond. "What's happening?" "It's him," Harry gasped, recognizing the same malevolent presence that had reached for him through his scar. "Not just a connection this time. He's here." The turbaned man smiled, an expression that didn't reach his strangely vacant eyes. "Perceptive, boy. The master sees through me, speaks through me. A temporary arrangement until a more suitable vessel can be prepared." "Voldemort," Harry said, the name emerging as more of a pained hiss than a word. "You're possessing him." "A crude but accurate assessment," the dual voice replied. "Now, come quietly. I have use for you, for that connection we share. Resist, and your friends will suffer." Harry felt Fleur's fury surge through the bond, her Veela heritage responding to the threat with primal protective instinct. Silver fire erupted around her, far more intense than the manifestation at the Dursleys a year earlier. "You will not touch him," she declared, her voice carrying that otherworldly resonance that seemed to vibrate in the air itself. "I am his guardian. By ancient law and magic, he is under my protection." The possessed man paused, genuine surprise flickering across his borrowed features. "A Veela guardian? How unexpected. And yet, it changes nothing. Step aside, girl. My quarrel is not with you." "Your quarrel with Harry is your quarrel with me," Fleur replied, the silver fire spreading to encompass both her and Harry, feeding into their resonant magic. "And you'll find us harder to separate than you imagine." Around them, the battle had shifted. Sebastian, noticing the new threat, was fighting his way toward them with desperate intensity. Shacklebolt and the security team were fully engaged with the Death Eaters, preventing them from interfering with what was clearly the main confrontation. "So be it," the dual voice said coldly. "If you will not step aside, you will learn why even grown wizards fear to face Lord Voldemort." The possessed man raised his wand with unnatural speed, casting a spell of such power that the air itself seemed to bend around it. The curse, sickly yellow and crackling with malevolent energy, struck the silver fire surrounding Harry and Fleur. Instead of penetrating their defense, however, the curse was absorbed into the flames, which flared brighter in response. Harry felt the bond between them pulse with unprecedented strength, drawing on some deeper magic that seemed to respond specifically to Voldemort's attack. "Impossible," the dual voice hissed. "That shield should have shattered." "Ancient magic," Harry replied, understanding flowing through him from the bond. "The same protection my mother left when she died for me. You couldn't touch me then, and you can't touch me now." "We'll see about that," the possessed man snarled, raising his wand for another attack. But before he could cast, Sebastian broke through the fighting, sending a blasting curse at the ground near the turbaned figure that forced him to dodge. "Harry, Fleur, run!" Sebastian shouted, positioning himself between the children and their attacker. "To the extraction point, now!" They hesitated only a moment before obeying, the resonant magic still flowing between them as they sprinted toward the church visible beyond the garden wall. Behind them, they heard Sebastian engaging the possessed man in fierce magical combat, spells crackling and exploding in the winter air. "We can't leave him!" Fleur cried, looking back over her shoulder. "We have to," Harry replied grimly. "He's buying us time, we can't waste it." They reached the garden gate, which stood partially off its hinges from the magical battle. Beyond, the quiet village lane seemed eerily peaceful compared to the chaos they were fleeing. The church stood 100 yards away, its ancient stone walls promising sanctuary if they could reach it. They ran, still maintaining their magical connection, the silver fire surrounding them fading to a subtle glow that would be less noticeable to any Muggle onlookers. Behind them, the sounds of battle continued, punctuated by shouts and the distinctive crack of apparition as combatants arrived or departed. The churchyard came into view, its snow-covered gravestones standing in silent rows. According to the emergency plan, the secondary port key would be hidden behind the church, in a small memorial garden dedicated to the magical residents of Godric's Hollow who had fallen in various wizarding conflicts. As they rounded the corner of the church, Harry felt rather than saw the spell coming toward them, a prickling awareness through the bond that danger approached from behind. Without breaking stride, he and Fleur ducked simultaneously, a jet of red light passing over their heads to strike a gravestone, which cracked from the impact. "Keep running," Fleur urged, pulling Harry toward the memorial garden now visible ahead. "I can see the extraction team." Indeed, 2 security wizards stood at the garden entrance, wands drawn and ready to cover their approach. But as Harry and Fleur neared them, a massive magical explosion rocked the area behind them. The shockwave knocked them off their feet, breaking their physical connection momentarily as they tumbled to the snow-covered ground. Harry scrambled to his knees, reaching for Fleur's hand to re-establish their resonant magic. As their fingers touched, he felt the bond snap back to full strength, the harmonic synchronization returning instantly. "My father," Fleur gasped, looking back toward the Potter cottage, where a column of dark smoke now rose into the winter sky. "He's still there." Before either could react further, a figure emerged from the smoke, running toward them with a slight limp but otherwise intact. Sebastian Delacour, his robes torn and singed but his expression triumphant, was making his way to the extraction point. "He's alive!" Harry exclaimed, relief flooding through him. But their momentary joy was shattered as a second figure materialized from the smoke, the turbaned man, moving with inhuman speed despite visible injuries. He raised his wand, aiming not at the children but at Sebastian's unprotected back. "No!" Fleur screamed, the bond between her and Harry flaring with desperate protective energy. What happened next occurred so quickly that Harry would later struggle to recall the exact sequence. The resonant magic between them seemed to take on a will of its own, responding to Fleur's desperate need to protect her father. Silver fire erupted from their joined hands, forming not a shield this time but a projectile, a lance of pure protective magic that shot toward the turbaned man with unerring accuracy. The possessed figure sensed the attack at the last moment, turning to face it with a snarl of rage. He raised his wand to defend himself, but the silver fire struck before he could cast, engulfing him in brilliant flames that seemed to target not his physical body but something within it, the parasitic presence of Voldemort himself. A scream tore from the possessed man's throat, a dual cry of agony that seemed to emanate from 2 separate beings. The turbaned man collapsed to his knees, clutching his head as the silver fire burned through whatever magical connection bound him to Voldemort. For a moment, Harry thought he saw a wraith-like form tear itself free from the man's body, a twisted, inhuman shape that writhed in the silver flames before fleeing with an unearthly shriek, dissipating into the winter air like smoke. The turbaned man crumpled to the ground, unconscious but alive, the purple turban smoldering slightly where the silver fire had touched it. Sebastian, who had turned at Fleur's scream, stood frozen for a moment before rushing to the children's side. "What did you do?" he asked, amazement and concern mingling in his voice. "I don't know," Fleur admitted, looking as shocked as Harry felt. "The bond, it just reacted. I saw him about to attack you, and—" "The flames of protection," Harry murmured, remembering the dream prophecy Fleur had shared. "Flames that consume darkness." Before they could discuss it further, the extraction team reached them, urgency evident in their movements. "We need to go now," one wizard said tersely. "Ministry reinforcements are incoming, but so are more hostiles. The port key activates in 30 seconds. Sebastian nodded, gathering Harry and Fleur close as the security team formed a protective circle around them. The port key, a simple brass compass, was placed in the center of their group, everyone positioning a finger to touch it. "The Death Eaters?" Sebastian asked as they waited for activation. 3 captured, 2 escaped, 1 down, the security wizard reported. Auror Shacklebolt is coordinating with the ministry response team. He'll handle the official explanations. "And him?" Harry nodded toward the unconscious turbaned figure, who was now being secured by the remaining security wizard. "Comes with us," Sebastian decided. "I want to know who he is and how Voldemort was possessing him. The ministry might have him disappear before we get answers." The security wizard nodded grimly, dragging the unconscious man into their circle just as the port key began to glow, signaling imminent activation. The last thing Harry saw before the jerking sensation of port key travel was the ruined Potter cottage in the distance, smoke still rising from its collapsed structure, another layer of destruction added to the site of his parents' last stand. Then they were spinning through space, leaving Godric's Hollow behind but carrying with them new questions, new revelations, and the first tangible victory in what Harry now understood was an ongoing war, a conflict that had begun before his birth and would not end until Voldemort was truly, finally defeated. The port key deposited them not at Blackwood House as Harry expected, but in an unfamiliar location, a sterile white room that resembled a medical facility. Security wizards immediately moved to secure the unconscious turbaned man, transferring him to a hospital-style bed where magical restraints activated automatically. "Emergency protocol," Sebastian explained, noticing Harry and Fleur's confusion. "Blackwood House may be compromised if they tracked our magical signatures. This is a secure French diplomatic medical facility beneath our embassy." Healers in pale blue robes entered, moving efficiently to examine all of them for injuries. Harry and Fleur had minor scrapes and magical exhaustion but were otherwise unhurt. Sebastian had sustained more significant injuries, a curse burn on his left arm, several lacerations, and a sprained ankle from the final explosion. "You'll need to remain for observation," the head healer told him firmly. "Those curse wounds require monitoring for at least 12 hours. Sebastian didn't argue, though he insisted on remaining in the same room as Harry and Fleur. "I want them where I can see them," he said in a tone that brooked no disagreement. "And I need secure communication with my wife immediately." While the healers treated Sebastian's injuries, security personnel established magical privacy screens around the turbaned man's bed, where specialist healers were conducting intensive diagnostic spells. Harry caught glimpses of their concerned expressions and heard fragments of their urgent discussions. "Extensive neural damage, possession of this duration. Dark magical residue unlike anything I've. We'll need specialist mind healers if he survives." Eventually, a secure magical communication mirror was brought to Sebastian, allowing him to speak with Apollon. The conversation was brief but emotional, with Sebastian providing a condensed version of events while Apollon's relief at their safety was evident even through the mirror's limited perspective. Returning to France immediately, Sebastian was saying as Harry tuned back into the conversation. "Emergency international port key already authorized. We'll be home by morning." "And the children?" Apollon's voice came clearly through the mirror. "Exhausted but remarkably unharmed. Their bond. Apollon, you wouldn't believe what I saw. They generated protective magic powerful enough to drive Voldemort's spirit from its host. Not just repel it, expel it completely." The prophecy, Apollon murmured. Flames that consume darkness. Exactly what Harry said, Sebastian confirmed. We need to consult with Madame Etoile as soon as possible. This goes beyond any documented guardian bond capabilities. After ending the communication with Apollon, Sebastian turned to Harry and Fleur, who sat on adjacent medical beds, still processing the day's events. You two should rest, he said gently. The healers want to monitor your magical levels overnight. We've had a diplomatic emergency port key approved for tomorrow morning to return directly to Sapphire Shores. What about the rest of our visit? Fleur asked, though without much conviction. After what had happened, the cultural tour seemed trivial by comparison. Suspended indefinitely, Sebastian replied. Today's attack changes everything. The British ministry is in an uproar, Death Eaters attacking in broad daylight, Voldemort's spirit confirmed active, and the boy who lived at the center of it all. We need to return to the security of Sapphire Shores while they sort out this mess. And him? Harry nodded toward the curtained bed where the turbaned man lay. Professor Quirinus Quirrell, Sebastian identified him, surprising Harry. Defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts, apparently. Currently on sabbatical researching in Eastern Europe, or so the official record states. In reality, it seems he encountered something far darker than academic research in Albania. Voldemort, Harry said, the name no longer feeling foreign on his tongue. He was looking for a way back, just like Dumbledore warned. And found a willing or vulnerable host in Quirrell, Sebastian agreed. The possession was extensive, far beyond typical dark possession magic. The healers say it's as though Voldemort was literally living inside him, sharing his body. That's why my scar reacted so strongly, Harry realized. It wasn't just a connection or echo, it was actually him, physically present. Which makes what you two accomplished even more remarkable, Sebastian said, his expression a mixture of pride and concern. You didn't just drive away a spiritual manifestation or magical projection. You forced Voldemort's essence to flee its host, causing him substantial pain in the process, based on that scream. Will he come back? Fleur asked the question that hung in the air. Find another host. Eventually, I believe he will try, Sebastian acknowledged. But today was a significant setback for him. Possessing Quirrell must have taken considerable magical effort and time to establish. Being forcibly expelled will leave him weakened, at least temporarily. But still out there, Harry said quietly. Still hunting me. Yes, Sebastian didn't sugarcoat the truth. But remember what we saw today, Harry. Your connection to Voldemort may cause you pain, but it also seems to give you a unique ability to sense his presence. And the guardian bond with Fleur provides protection specifically effective against him. The prophecy, Fleur murmured. The guardian and the marked one. Flames that consume darkness. Which we'll discuss in detail with Madame Etoile, Sebastian said. For now, you both need rest. Your magical reserves were substantially depleted by what you did today. Despite their protests that they weren't tired, both Harry and Fleur found themselves drifting off shortly after healers administered mild calming potions to help them sleep. The last thing Harry remembered before succumbing to exhaustion was Fleur's hand finding his across the space between their beds, the guardian bond humming contentedly between them despite the day's trauma. Morning brought not just the promised emergency port key but also an unexpected visitor. Albus Dumbledore, looking solemn in robes of midnight blue, arrived at the secure facility just as they were preparing to depart. I hope you'll forgive the intrusion, he said, addressing Sebastian while nodding respectfully to Harry and Fleur. But after yesterday's events, I felt a personal conversation was warranted. We're scheduled to depart within the hour, Sebastian replied, not hostile but clearly guarded. I'll be brief, Dumbledore assured him. Primarily, I came to offer my personal apologies. The security arrangements for your visit were my responsibility as much as the ministry's, and they failed catastrophically. You couldn't have known Voldemort would be physically present, Harry said, surprising himself by defending the headmaster. No, but I should have taken more precautions after the Gringotts incident, Dumbledore replied. I recognized the pattern but underestimated the immediacy of the threat. He turned to the curtained area where Quirrell remained. And I failed to notice what was happening to my own faculty member. You knew Professor Quirrell? Fleur asked. Indeed. He was once a brilliant scholar of magical defense theory, if somewhat timid in practical application. He took a sabbatical last year to gain field experience. When he returned, he was changed. The turban, a stutter he hadn't previously had, a nervous disposition. I sensed something was wrong but attributed it to trauma from his travels, not this. Dumbledore's expression reflected genuine regret. What will happen to him? Harry asked. He's being transferred to a specialized magical healing facility in Switzerland, Sebastian answered. The possession caused extensive damage to both his mind and magical core. Recovery, if possible at all, will take years. A tragedy, Dumbledore said softly. One of many Voldemort has left in his wake. He focused his attention on Harry and Fleur. Which brings me to my second purpose in coming. What you two accomplished yesterday was extraordinary, beyond what any guardian bond has demonstrated in recorded history. How do you know what happened? Fleur asked, her tone cautious. You weren't there. I've reviewed memories from Auror Shacklebolt and spoken with the healers who examined Professor Quirrell, Dumbledore explained. The magical signature left behind is distinctive, a combination of Veela guardian magic, the protection Lily Potter left within Harry, and something new created by your bond's unique resonance. The flames that consume darkness, Harry said, exchanging a glance with Fleur. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. An apt description. May I ask where you heard that phrase? Fleur hesitated, looking to her father for guidance. When Sebastian nodded, she explained her dream about the Hall of Prophecies and the voice speaking of the Guardian and the Marked One. Most interesting, Dumbledore murmured, his blue eyes distant with thought. There is indeed a prophecy concerning Harry in the Department of Mysteries, though its contents are known to very few. But your dream suggests there may be another prophecy, one specifically about your guardian bond. Is that possible? Sebastian asked. Two separate prophecies concerning the same individual. Rare, but not unprecedented, Dumbledore confirmed. Especially when a person's destiny intersects with multiple threads of fate, as Harry's seems to. What does the first prophecy say? Harry asked directly. The one you know about? Dumbledore regarded him thoughtfully. I had not planned to share that burden with you until you were older, Harry. But after yesterday's events, perhaps you have earned the right to know. He glanced at Sebastian, who nodded his agreement. The prophecy was made shortly before your birth, Dumbledore began. It spoke of a child born as the seventh month dies, to parents who had defied Voldemort 3 times. This child would be marked by Voldemort as his equal and would possess power the Dark Lord knows not. It concluded that neither must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. A heavy silence fell over the room as Harry absorbed this information. The prophecy explained so much, why Voldemort had targeted his family specifically, why he continued to hunt Harry even in his weakened state, why the connection between them manifested through his scar. So it's true, Harry said finally. It really does come down to him or me in the end. Prophecies are notoriously subject to interpretation, Dumbledore cautioned. And they represent possible futures, not inevitable ones. But yes, I believe your fate and Voldemort's are intertwined in ways we are still coming to understand. And the second prophecy, if Fleur's dream truly represented one, seems to suggest that the guardian bond is part of this power he knows not, Sebastian observed. A reasonable interpretation, Dumbledore agreed. What you demonstrated at Godric's Hollow certainly qualifies as power Voldemort neither possesses nor fully comprehends. The combination of Lily's sacrifice protection, the ancient Veela guardian magic, and your own unique magical resonance created something new, something specifically effective against Voldemort's essence. The flames didn't just hurt him, Fleur said, remembering the moment clearly. They seemed to repel him specifically. Like they recognized what he was and targeted just that part, not Quirrell's body. Precisely, Dumbledore nodded. Which suggests your combined magic may be uniquely suited to combating Voldemort when he eventually attempts to return to a physical form. You still believe he will, Harry stated rather than asked. I am certain of it, Dumbledore confirmed gravely. What you encountered was merely a shadow of Voldemort, a disembodied spirit capable of possession but lacking true physical form. He will seek to restore himself fully, and when he does, the conflict prophesied will come to a head. But not yet, Sebastian interjected firmly. Harry is still a child, as is Fleur. Whatever destiny awaits them, they deserve time to grow, learn, and strengthen their abilities naturally. On that we are in complete agreement, Monsieur Delacour, Dumbledore assured him. Which is why I fully support your decision to return to France immediately. Sapphire Shores offers protections that even Hogwarts cannot match for Harry's specific situation. Speaking of Hogwarts, Sebastian said, addressing the elephant in the room, yesterday's events raise serious questions about Harry's eventual education. If Voldemort could possess a Hogwarts professor, steps will be taken, Dumbledore promised. This incident has exposed vulnerabilities that will be addressed. But the question of Harry's schooling remains open for future discussion. There are advantages to both Hogwarts and Beauxbatons that should be weighed carefully when the time comes. The conversation concluded shortly after, with Dumbledore wishing them a safe journey home and promising to keep them informed of any significant developments regarding Voldemort or his followers. As he prepared to leave, he paused, looking back at Harry and Fleur with an unreadable expression. What you two share is remarkable, he said softly. More than a guardian bond, more than friendship, perhaps even more than the prophecies suggest. In all my years, I have rarely seen magic respond so naturally to the bond between two souls. Whatever challenges lie ahead, that connection may prove to be your greatest strength. With those cryptic words, he departed, leaving them to complete their preparations for the return journey to France. The emergency port key, a simple silver key, would transport them directly to Sapphire Shores, bypassing standard international magical travel restrictions. As they gathered around the port key, Harry felt a complex mixture of emotions, relief at returning to the safety of their home, lingering anxiety about the prophecies and what they meant for his future, but most of all, a deep gratitude for the bond he shared with Fleur and the family they had created together. Ready? Sebastian asked, holding out the silver key. Harry and Fleur exchanged a glance, the guardian bond pulsing warmly between them. Despite everything they had experienced in London, the danger, the revelations, the first real confrontation with the darkness that had shaped Harry's life from infancy, they faced the future with determined optimism. Ready, they replied in unison, placing their fingers on the port key. As the familiar pulling sensation began, Harry held tight to two certainties that would sustain him through whatever challenges lay ahead, the family he had found in the Delacours, and the unbreakable bond with the guardian who had saved him not just from the Dursleys, but from a life of isolation and fear. The silver thread that had first connected them on that summer morning in the Dursleys' garden had grown into something powerful enough to drive back darkness itself, the flames of destiny that would, perhaps, one day fulfill both prophecies and bring peace not just to Harry's life but to the entire wizarding world. For now, though, they were going home, to Sapphire Shores, to Apollon and Gabrielle's waiting arms, to the Mediterranean sun and the security of a place where Harry Potter Delacour was not the boy who lived but simply a beloved family member with an extraordinary guardian and an uncertain but hopeful future. Together, they would face whatever came next, guardian and ward, protector and protected, bound by magic older than memory and stronger than darkness. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.